Hello and welcome into the 332nd episode of the Dean Withers Show for everybody tuning in this evening on YouTube. Appreciate you so much for being here. On top of the thousands of y'all that watch the stream once it's over and it's just posted as a video on my YouTube channel. Welcome into you guys as well, alongside the 6.1 thousand people that have joined us so far over on TikTok. Thank you everyone so much for being here. Now, if you're new here, we debate Trump supporters. It's what we do. I think that critical thought is very important. I think that we could have avoided a Trump presidency at all if people used their brains way back in 2015. And I think that most Americans don't really think critically, especially about politics. So we're trying to change that by having open and honest discourse with the slimming minority of Americans that still somehow support Trump, because I think he's the worst president in my life and yours. Now, every day we also like to go through the breaking news. The breaking news of today is that the walls are really closing in on the sadistic predators around the world in context, in reference of the Epstein files. Yesterday, we saw that former Prince Andrew was arrested in Britain, the first member of the royal family to be arrested in 4 centuries. Literally, the last arrest that was made of a member of the royal family was in 1647 for suspected misconduct in relation to Epstein. So this is great. This is what accountability looks like. Let's hope it goes somewhere. You know, let's hope he's found guilty. Let's hope he's thrown in jail. That's the preferable outcome. And I think that we need this type of accountability where we're putting the cuffs on the people, that engaged in these 6666 crimes, not just in Britain, but across the world, including here at home in America. If they could hold if they could hold a prince accountable, we could hold our president accountable. And well, I'm actually just now learning breaking news from again, Prince Andrew's already been released. Oh, super cool, man. Great. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, I was excited there for a second. I thought we did something there for a moment. That's really unfortunate. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll keep you guys updated with that. Well, that was really quick and done over with fast. Something I feel.
I heard they asked a question if Trump was involved, and his answer was no.
Well, we'd expect him to say no. Why would he say yes?
Otherwise, he would be lying.
Are you telling me that you think Prince Andrew, somebody who is involved with Epstein and the likely abuse of children, wouldn't want to lie because it's morally wrong? Like, come on. Listen, by the way, this is the first Trump supporter today.
That's not what I said. Hey, Dean, you need to take another hit off your fucking THC pen there, buddy.
No, man, I might have to ban you for that.
Dude.
I might have to ban you for that. You can't use the names
stoned.
You can't use the names
You're
of DRUGS
stoned out
on
of
the
your
TikTok
fucking
live.
mind, dude.
I really wish that
You
I could talk to
literally are
this
stoned out of your mind,
raging
dude.
idiot. Hey, Eamon.
How much do your vape pens cost? About $35 a piece?
Okay, Eamon, I'm going to disconnect you, and I'm going to tell you why you just got to listen. You can't say the names of any drugs on TikTok. They'll take your account down because of it. So right now it's 3 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, whatever, state you're in. It's either 2, 4, or 5 p.m. Pacific, Central, or Eastern. And see, the thing is, Eamon, I really want to talk to you. But I have to put you on a 10-minute timeout, or else TikTok will take this live stream down. So, Eamon, if you want to rejoin those guest requests for me the same way you hopped into them in the first place, I'll bring you back up here in 10 minutes. And, keep in mind, you could pretty much say whatever you want to. Just get creative with your insults against me so TikTok doesn't get you. And don't talk about drugs or else I'll have to ban you because TikTok makes me do that too. So I guess we're going to be talking to Eamon here in 10 minutes, hopefully, as long as he gets back in that, get back in the guest requests. But now he's saying in that comment section, you are HIGH. I don't waste my time with people that, do the devil's lettuce. So I actually don't do the devil's lettuce, Eamon. Yeah, I actually don't do that. And, the reason why isn't too special or anything. It just gives me a lot of anxiety. So, never been a fan of the devil's lettuce for that reason. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Hi.
Do you support Trump?
Oh.
I think that was a no. I think he said like Mo, but like I'm gonna take it as a no. So let's go to move on to the next guest, folks. If you're inside of that queue, make sure it's because you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Make sure to follow the rules of the live stream, everybody. They're very important. You know, we had that great first guest, Eamon, loaded up in here, ready to go for a convo. But he just started like crashing out. Like, bro, I didn't even do anything. He just started crashing out on me, man. Holy cow! It's gonna be a long day, folks. Welcome in, Wade. What's up? Do you support Trump?
How you doing?
Doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, so I do. So a little bit about me. I've been watching you for a while now. I've been watching you for fucking like a good half a year, and I could say I've heard a lot about you. I heard about what you say. I heard about what you believe in, and I'm gonna be honest. There's some things that I disagree, and there's some things that I do agree.
All right. Well, let's have a conversation, Mr. Wade. Before we do, we just got our very first donation of the night. I want to go and give a huge shout out to Baxter for the $10 donation over on Venmo, who says, "Can you show Momo, please?" Momo's actually left the office now, but even if she was still in here, I don't want to pick her up because I've been having really bad allergies, and that might set him off again. If you were in here for the stream yesterday, you remember that. Show some love to Baxter down below in that comment section for the 10. First and foremost, Wade, we got to confirm your age. How old are you?
I'm 20, man.
Awesome, dude. We'll take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump as president, who's by far the worst president of your life, and finds a new way to prove it every day.
So you always ask people like, "Oh, well, why do you still support this horrible president?" But what really gives you like a actual reason to fucking hate him? I mean, I generally don't see what he has done wrong. I feel like he's done really good. I feel like as far as the borders, he's done good as far as making sure that people who aren't registered to be in this country stay out of this country. I don't see, I don't get it. So I need you. Okay. I'm very open and honest. I will let you speak.
So you're either right, like an all right person that is very ignorant, or a very bad person that knows what he's done but excuses it. When you say that you're not sure of any bad things that he's ever done, I'll give you a handful. One bad thing he's really done is he's kicked 10 million low-income Americans off of Medicaid when we already have 51,000 low-income Americans die every single year via lack of access to health care. Another bad thing he's done is he's threatened to invade one of our allies. He turned around, told our military to draft a wartime invasion of Greenland, which is a part of the Danish kingdom, which is NATO. Another bad thing that he's done is a court held him liable for literally raping a woman. Rape bad, right, Wade? He's also publicly boasted about the sexual exploitation of women and girls, saying that he would just follow them into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies. Okay, and that's on top of his relationship with Epstein, best friends for years, sending him letters depicting the naked bodies of girls, telling him about other wonderful, beautiful secrets with now 8 accusations from the E-files, including 2 which are very, very credible. And this is just scratching the surface about the bad things he's done.
I got you. Listen, we're about roughly the same age. I feel like there's a lot that we can have in common. I feel like one thing is that you're calling me ignorant. You're calling me that, you're but I mean, come on, man. Like, why are we gonna name call just because somebody has a different view than me? You know, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not name calling you.
Wait. I'm sorry. That's an accurate description of what you are. If you're unsure of any of the bad things that the adjudicated rapist has done, that is definitionally speaking ignorance.
So yes. Where's the proof in this? Where's the proof in this? Like, I mean, come on, man. I need a site.
I mean, we show this every single day. Here's the civil adjudication form. Where a jury of 9 agreed that it is true that he sexually abused or raped Miss Carroll. Miss Carroll being E. Jean Carroll, who sued him for raping her and won.
Okay, and this is court document, right?
Yeah, that's court number 22/CVs dash 10016. You could actually search up that reference number on newyorkcourts.gov and find all of the court paperwork.
All right, well, I mean, I'm going to have to do so, but I mean, until then, till farther notice, I really truly don't see your views. I mean, I still respect you as far as a person, but I don't see your views. So
okay, what view don't you see? What view do you want to talk about? How about you give an argument why Trump is a good president?
I feel like he's a good president because he's, as far as I'm concerned, my bad, I'm not worried, I'm about to be clocking out, but as far as I'm concerned, he's showed that people are valued. He's proved that, he cares for us. He cares about our health care.
How's he proved that he cares about Americans?
I mean, he's cared by just showing us, I don't know, fucking
Showing
the gratitude that he is
gratitude.
with. Okay,
You're trying to hold us up here.
dude, stop. Come on, man. That's not mature. Anyway, but showing us the gratitude, through his speeches, through just who he is as a person. I mean, he's a good person. I don't see how you don't see him as a good person.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute while you're walking around or whatever. Also, everybody in the chat saying that he's driving. He's clearly like outside. He clearly like left his car. Now, it seems like you've just kind of reduced your claim down to saying that he's proven that he cares about the American people due to the fact that you think it's proven that he's a good person. Okay? Listen, this is one of those claims that I hear every day, of course, but every single time I hear it, I'm just as shocked as the last time. All right? First and foremost, you said that he's proven that he cares about the American people through his speeches. Okay? If the only thing that you have to point towards to justify that the president cares about the American people is what they've said, not what they've done, and that president is a two-term president, a year into his second term, then in virtue of that fact, you should know that it's all just a virtue signal fucking grift, and he actually doesn't care about the American people. But once again, back to your claim when you said that he's a good guy, that's just an atrociously false claim, okay? He's a pathological liar. In his first term alone, he told over 30,000 lies. I mean, he gave full and complete presidential pardons to 174 people that tried to kill police officers on the steps of our nation's capital. He called them patriots and let them out of jail, okay? Letting violent offenders that tried to kill cops out of jail, then labeling them patriots, is definitely not something that we would expect a good guy to do. Not at all. Okay? I mean, he's posting racist depictions of Barack and Michelle Obama as like literal monkeys on Truth Social. I'm calm. I'm just simply telling you why you're wrong. I think it's time for you to listen to why you're wrong, because I'm still speaking. Posted racist depictions of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes on Truth Social. Posting racist tropes is definitely not something a good guy would do. And of course, that's on top of what he did in '78 when he actually got sued by the New York State Justice Department for violating the Civil Rights Act by refusing to rent to black people and by putting the letter C standing for colored on their housing applications, then throwing them in a junk drawer. That's also not something a good guy would do. And we don't even need to invoke like more facts of his own character, the sexual exploitation of women and girls, so on and so forth. But we could just look at what his administration is doing today with the cover-up of the Epstein files. They're refusing to release 3 million of them, redacting the names of co-conspirators, redacting the names of friends, redacting the names of people sending the messages saying, oh, I love the torture video, I had a lot of fun with your littlest girl, and protecting the predators, the pedophiles, and the rapists inside of those files. That's definitely not something a good guy would do.
I got you.
By the way, are you driving?
I mean, if that was the case, let me just, because
are you driving?
Probably didn't know. If that was the case, I feel like.
Wade, stop. Are you driving?
Why would he?
You hear my voice, Wade. Answer my question. Are you driving?
I don't have to answer to you.
Okay, then I'm going to kick you.
Okay, go for it, man.
Sounds good. Let's go to move on to the next guest here, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got Brennan loading up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please do your best to follow the rules or else you'll get kicked. Let's go to get that next guest, Connor, loaded up into the live. Here we go. So Fresh, thank you so much for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for that love, Fresh. Fresh with the 20 says, the way that you locked in yesterday with the interview with Stephen Smith was so epic. Had me very happy, proud, and tears. Oh, thank you so much for that love, Fresh. I feel like I spend a lot of my time kind of talking to like bottom of the barrel idiots on TikTok, if that makes any sense. So I feel like I don't really get the chance to really like, I don't ever really get a good chance to just really like hone in and like demonstrate maybe like my public speaking ability, so on and so forth. So I'm always happy when I have an interview option like I did last night to lock in a little bit more than I do on a daily basis. But thank you for the $20, Fresh. Let's get 200 Fresh W's down below. Connor, do you support Trump?
When is the farm sim stream, Dean? Please.
Damn, the guy's like a billion accounts banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. I'd really appreciate if you follow our rules. Same thing with you, Tara. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, love you, Dean. You know I love you too, Tara. Thank you so much for that kindness. That is Tara. And then Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says thank you. Margaret, thank you as always. We love you, Margaret. Let's get through it at Margaret W. She comes in here like every day or every other day, drops a $25 donation and says thank you. Thank you, Margaret. You're always supporting us. Please do show some love to Margaret down below. Welcome in, Gunner. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say Fallout 4 clears Far Cry 4.
Okay, not here for debate. So, Ben, moving on to the next guest. We got Matthew for Christ loading up into the box, and we got Lando loading up into the box. We got anybody and everybody who can hopefully give us a debate loaded up into the box, of course. Welcome in, Lando. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, you're like 13. Hi, Matthew. Do you support Trump? Matthew, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to respond. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest. Like I said, only hop into the queue if you are at least 18, American, and a Trump supporter. We're only looking to debate MAGA, guys. It's how it rolls. That's how we do it. You know, we got a bunch of 14-year-olds in the queue. Like, y'all, like, literally have your age on your profile. You know who you are. Just, like, dip, bro. Just hit the road, man. All right, you're obviously, like, breaking the rules. Don't do that. It's not cool. Hop out, hop out. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here to join. Hello and welcome in. Do you support Trump, Lonnie?
Yo, I support him, bro.
Lonnie's gone. What's up? How do you pronounce your name?
Griefed.
Can you speak up?
Griefed.
Grief sounds good. How old are you?
I'm 40.
14. We just said it. We literally just said it. Gotta be at least 18. Just said it. Just said it. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
Fuck.
Yeah. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. We got Sam's Gone Mad loading up into the box right now. Hey, Jenna, this just came through. Thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. It's good to see you today, Jenna. I hope that you're doing well. Let's get 100 Jenna W's down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you made me hate Trump. I love you so much. You win. Yay!
That's awesome, Sam, but please stay out of the queue because you're breaking the rules. But I do, like I said, I think that's cool. Moving on to the next guest. Hey, big Texas Patriot. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat saying love you, Dean. I love you too. Yo, we got the big Texas Patriot showing love. That is awesome, man. The tides are turning, dude. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jack?
Nah, man, but I was just gonna call.
Then you take care. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. It's very simple. Follow the rules or banned. I don't know why so many people get it confused. So many people get it confused. Moving on to the next guest. Freddy, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
December.
Okay, yeah, you literally just turned 18. Damn, bro. All right, why do you support the worst president of your life?
It's economic values.
Well, I mean, the economy's only gotten worse since he was inaugurated. Last year, we had the worst job report on record since 03 if we ignore recessions. Most manufacturing bankruptcy since 09, which was the Great Recession. So I don't really think he's doing too good for the economy.
I'm doing pretty good.
You just turned 18. I don't think that a new 18-year-old is going to be a macroeconomic data point representative of a country as a whole, nor the impact of the presidential administration's economic reform.
To be honest, Dean, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, big words, don't know them. I'll try to find another way to say it. What has Donald Trump done to make you do better?
I like that he's not in the Epstein files.
Okay, he's actually in the Epstein files over 1 million times.
I don't know about that, Dean.
Yeah, that's what congressmen and women say. I mean, he's publicly in the Epstein files on the Epstein library that you could go to Google and find right now, 38,000.
Wasn't he the whistleblower?
Nope.
Oh. I don't know, Dean.
But once again, you said that he was good for the economy. So what has he done good for the economy?
Trade with other countries.
He's actually reduced trade with other countries. That's what tariffs do. He left. Okay. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only opposite side of the queue of your MAGA. Follow our rules. Y'all already know it. Moving on to Brennan. Here we go. Yo, Lord T, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says, how much do I have to pay you to play Farm Sim with that kid? Well, it would take his parents' consent. But Don't worry about that, man. Don't worry about that. I don't know. Don't have an answer for you. Moving on to our next guest, Dylan. Here we go. Pamela, dude, this literally just came through. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Pamela. Pamela says, hey, Dean, keep up the amazing work. This is my second time donating. Always enjoy. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much, Pamela. I really appreciate you for your support. Thank you for supporting what we do here. And I'm happy that you enjoy the live streams. Let's get 300 Pamela W's down below. Hey, Dylan, do you support Trump?
Like a little bit, but I really have a question for you.
So you didn't come up here to debate about why you support Trump?
No, I don't support Trump.
Okay, then you're banned. Very simple, as always. Moving on to the next guest right now. Moving on. I don't know why people get the they just have this supposition that they're special. Okay, you are all special in many ways, but you're not special in the way of having special privileges to break the rules. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
How do you?
31.
All right, man. If you could come a little bit closer to your mic, that'd be much appreciated.
31. Is that better?
Yeah, can you disconnect your phone from Bluetooth?
What about now?
There you go, much better, man. I'm gonna thank like 3 people, then I'll pass that mic off to you. Yo, Love is Electric, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, FYI, Prince Andrew was released because the arrest is a part of a standard procedure in the UK when someone is under investigation. Don't lose hope. Oh, it's good to hear. That's good to hear. Thank you so much for the $10, Love. Show some love to Love, funny enough, down below. Same thing to Mel. Thank you for the $13, who says, fight the good fight. Thursday, $13, Loves. Mel, it's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much for the $13. Same thing to Haley with the $10 on Venmo, who says, what gym do you go to? I can't tell you that. I'd be doxing myself. William, thank you for the $5, who says, what's your favorite breakfast food? Of course, some bacon. And Laura, thank you for the $5 as well. Please do show some love to all of our donors down below. We actually just got one more through here. Mr. Aaron, thank you so much for that $20 donation over on PayPal, man. Let's get 200 Aaron W's. Aaron says, AD meant to send this to you yesterday. I thought that you did great on Straight Shooter. Please keep the details of what follows to yourself. All right. I'll keep that to myself, Aaron. Thank you so much for the $20, man. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support Trump. Worst president of your life.
Really, I support having strong borders. Tariffs, I'm 50-50 on. What I don't understand is countries have tariffs on us, and it doesn't hurt them. But us having tariffs on those countries hurts us. For example, I'm not like super detailed like policy guy, but if Canada has tariffs on us, which they did, to protect certain industries that they had, how is it good for them but bad for us when we do the same?
Are you driving?
No.
Are you in a moving car?
Yes.
Can you have your driver's
I'm a passenger. Hey. Did you hear that?
Yeah, call me crazy here. He actually sounds a lot like you. Could you guys like just say hey at the same time?
Hey.
You want to pull over real quick, or do you want to come up later?
No, I got you. I'll pull over. Do you mind answering that question as I pull over?
Once you're pulled over, we can continue dialogue, man. I just got to make sure that you're not driving first. I'm gonna throw you. I'm gonna throw you on mute. Do you know how to unmute?
Yeah.
All right, just unmute when you're pulled over. In the meantime, we're actually going to get someone else up in here. All right, guys. So we're going to do a little bit of a 1v2 here. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got that next guest, Hunter Schultz. Loaded up into the live right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, you have a lot of static going on in the mic, man. Do you think that's something you could fix?
Let me pull my AirPod out.
Oh, yeah, that'll definitely help. Hold on.
All right, is this better?
Night and day. So lay it on me, man. I don't know. You probably have like 5 minutes or less until this guy pulls over. So the mic and the floor are yours until then. But just lay it on me. What's one good reason why Trump is a good president?
Personally, my entire family is economically benefiting, and I do believe the economy is actually doing better than you claim it is.
Okay, name one macroeconomic variable that's better today than it was at the end of Biden's term.
All right, GDP is up 4.3%, inflation is at 3.0, unemployment is at 4.3, and the S&P 500 is up 13.8%.
Thank you so much, man. So first and foremost, you said inflation. Inflation actually is down from the... Ooh, excuse me. Woo! Oh, I feel... Another one coming on. Woo! Excuse me, man. It's been a couple long days filled with allergies for me. Now, anyways, one of the variables that you said that unemployment is at 4.3% higher than at the end of the Biden-Harris administration, so I don't know why you'd say that. You also said that the GDP is up compared to where it was at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. Sure, but it's actually grown at a significantly slower rate. In fact, the GDP grew at a percent lower of a growth rate in 2025 compared to 2024 under Biden, so you're wrong there too. Now, the one thing that you said that was actually right was inflation. Inflation is down and has been continuing to go down under Donald Trump's second term. But when we combine that with other macroeconomic variables, like the fact that we have the most unemployment in 5 years, 1.3 million layoffs last year, worst job report since 2003, we ignore recessions, so on and so forth, bankruptcies are in hell too, it signals a recession. The price of things going down isn't always indicative of a prospering economy, because during times of recessions, when consumers have a very low level of confidence in the market, they actually spend less money and save more, which therefore reduces demand for goods, which therefore reduces price. So because inflation is going down and every other economic variable is also going down in a negative direction, I'm not led to believe that our economy is that well off at all.
Yeah, I can understand that. What about S&P 500? Because that's up almost 14%, and anybody with any money in that is pretty happy right now.
So, I mean, I think that the markets continue to go up. I mean, 10% of the top 10% of income earners in this country control over 75% of the liquidity inside of the stock market. And I would definitely not use the S&P 500 or the Dow as a reliable macroeconomic indicator, especially when we have other more reliable macroeconomic indicators, such from like the Bureau of Labor Statistics telling us that manufacturers are making significantly less profit and having to lay off a bunch of their employees.
Okay. Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm going to touch on a more personal statistic. So my family during the Biden administration tried to buy a house, did not go well at all. I believe we sold for just under 300 and bought at just under 5, which was just an awful turnaround for us. My stepfather lost his job, and my mom is she's still in the same job. However, since Trump has come into office, we personally have made $20,000 more just this year alone than we did in the last 2 years before Trump was elected. And I think I'm not.
So you're talking about the housing market. Okay, Trump's terrible for the housing market. He's saying that he wants to make houses more expensive when we have a housing crisis on our hands where the average American can't even afford rent. So, I mean, if the housing market is getting better, it's definitely not due to Trump. He actually wants it to get worse, and that's what he said verbatim about wanting to make houses more expensive. Now, it sounds like you kind of jump between that point and then your second point that your parents made more money in 2025. Okay, so what do they do for work? What industry do they work in, and how did Donald Trump personally make them make more money through his policy?
Okay, so my stepfather was actually unemployed for almost half of 2025. He has a new job where he's making almost $30,000 less. Most of that money came from my mother. My mother works, she is a CT tech at a location, at a Memorial Hermann location right now.
Are you guys in New York?
No, not in New York. I'm in Texas.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you're just gonna have to tell me what Donald Trump did to make your mom make more money. I mean, people's incomes fluctuate on a year-by-year basis. Some people make more money. Some people make less money. Some people get a job. Some people lose a job. What we should be looking at here is averages. Okay. Like countrywide. And when we look at real median income countrywide, we actually see that the growth rate of it has gone down on average.
Right. I mean, sorry. The way that I see it, I mean, I look at everything personally, you know, as much as...
But you don't know that Trump personally caused your mom to make more money.
I know, I understand that for sure.
So then you can't blame it on him. You can't say that this is what makes you like Trump because something happened in your life that wasn't influenced by him, but was rather influenced by a chain of good decisions and maybe a little bit of luck from your mother.
Right, of course. I'm just observing in my life the changes. Along with that, can we touch on ICE?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
we can
before we
continue this topic
before we
if you'd
do
rather
before
con-
we do,
Yeah,
I'm
let's
like,
continue.
dude, listen, if my
Yeah,
girlfriend
yeah.
broke up with me today, I couldn't turn around and say, "Fuck you, Trump," tomorrow. You know, it's like that's literally the meme. Is just to like blame random bad things happening on Trump, saying that this is just about America. Like that's literally a meme. But I mean, that meme is what you're like describing as true. Guys, I said if my girlfriend broke up with me tomorrow. If my girlfriend broke up with me tomorrow. Not that she did break up with. No, if. I mean, a lot of people watching on TikTok thought that I was saying that she did break up with me. No. If my girlfriend did break up with me tomorrow, I couldn't turn around and say, fuck you, Trump. And it kind of seems to be like that's what you're doing with your life, but instead of your girlfriend breaking up with you, your mom's making a little bit more money, then you're just basically blaming it on Trump. You can't just say anything that happens in my life literally at all is the president's fault, okay?
Right, of course. And I don't study the economy. I don't know too much about it. I'm just personally observing changes and looking at the consistencies, and everything's gotten better for my family personally since Trump came
How do you know he
off.
caused it?
I'm not saying he caused it.
So
I'm
then it
saying
shouldn't be
my
relevant in your argument at
observations-
all insofar as why you
my
think that Trump is a good
observation
president.
Is that things have gotten better.
Okay, but
I
if you can't
haven't
say that
looked-
if you can't say he caused it, then you can't use it in your argument for why he's a good president. Because that has nothing to fucking do with him.
All right. We'll go with that.
Isn't that fair?
No, it's totally fair. And I think the things that he's trying to do will help us even more. My mom works, I mean,
Okay,
she's
how about
supposed to do a
this? I'm
40-hour
going to go to
work
pass the mic back to Dosing because he's been waiting.
Okay.
I mean, he literally pulled over. If you want to stay on the live so you could have a conversation with me about ICE, which is what I think you said, feel free. If you're running short on time or you have something else to do, feel free to leave the live. It's completely up to you.
No. Oh, wait, I got all day.
But Dosing, take it away, man.
Yeah, so my question was, Canada have tariffs on the United States to protect certain industries. And it seemed to be working well for Canada. How is it then bad for the United States to then set tariffs on Canada? And how does that not protect American industry when it was working for Canada?
Okay, so first and foremost, the tariffs that Canada had on America were only actuated at particular levels of exports. But we never hit those particular levels of exports, meaning that our goods never got tariffed. But even, there's a big difference between Canada putting isolated tariffs on some goods over a threshold of imports and America putting blanket tariffs on all goods regardless of how much we're importing from Canada, right? There's a really big difference between those two ideals. One is going to be a economic strategy predicated on the numbers, predicated on the outcomes, and then the other is just, the belligerent plan of a con man who wants to attempt to use tariffs as a weapon to demonstrate his strength to bully our neighbors, realistically. And just to very thematically respond to your claim here that why is it okay for other countries to put some tariffs on us and us not putting any tariffs on them? Well, economics isn't about fairness, okay, or what you perceive to be fair. Economics is about what drives the best outcomes for the most people. So obviously, in some scenarios, a significantly smaller country with weaker industries is going to be benefited if they were to impose some tariffs on America with our stronger industries, but we may not accept that same benefit or experience that same benefit if we were to turn around and impose tariffs on them. But what I can tell you is that Donald Trump's tariffs have been, very devastational for America since quote unquote Independence Day or whatever the hell he called it. I forget at this point. July 4th, no, April 2nd. My bad. We've been losing manufacturing jobs every single month, and the economy has just been going into the shitter, quite frankly.
Gotcha. So for tariffs, if things are more expensive to import, doesn't that give companies an incentive to then begin manufacturing here? And then I do know that some tariffs do protect some industries, like Toyota. They have like a $15,000 truck that you can't purchase in the United States because it'll cripple the trucks we sell here. Same thing with golf carts as well. Our golf cart industry, golf carts are like $4,000 or $5,000. Some of them are $10,000. But if we were to import those tariff free, or if they didn't have a golf cart, you could get a golf cart for like $1,000, $1,500, and that would devastate.
I'm going to just try to respond to the point. All right. So tariffs have been hurting our manufacturers because a lot of American manufacturers rely on raw materials produced in other countries to make their goods here. This is why, ever since he imposed his tariffs, we've seen a declining amount of investment into American manufacturing after 3 years of a straight boom under the Biden-Harris administration. This is why we now see a declining amount of jobs in manufacturing industries here at home in America after a straight boom for 2.5 years straight under the Biden-Harris administration. You know, this is why last year we saw the most manufacturing bankruptcies than we ever did under Biden, going all the way back until 2009 at the peak of the Great Recession. You know, we've been able to acknowledge that the outcomes of Donald Trump's tariffs have been harmful to this country. It's a fact. That's just simply the outcomes that they've produced. They've hurt us. Now, a very common MAGA response to this is, well, the tariffs are going to hurt us in the short term, but they're going to help us in the long term. Trump's tariffs haven't been long term. He imposed the tariffs on every other country in the world with Liberation Day, repealed them 3 weeks later. He imposed massive tariffs on Canada, took them off 2 days later. Massive tariffs on Argentina, took them off, then gave them $40 billion. 300% tariffs on China, 14% tariffs on China, 50% tariffs on China. We don't even know where we stand with them. I mean, what's guiding Donald Trump's decision-making processes as it relates to the economy and what he sees best fit is not economic outcomes, okay? It's not economic theory, but it's the sense of power and control, and he's using the tariffs as a weapon of said power and control, not as a protection for economy in any legitimate sense to produce better outcomes for us.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean that sounds pretty understandable. The other reason I voted for Trump was his foreign policy. Now, I know sometimes it seems erratic. It seems like he asked for a lot, and what he ends up getting is not what he asked for. But for certain things like Venezuela, the blockade in Cuba, just different things occurring in the Middle East other than Iran, wouldn't you say that his foreign policy has been working for like things like Syria and the backing of that new regime versus having it under Russian influence and Russian control?
I'm not even familiar with what domestic policy in reference to Syria you're talking about. I'm just completely unfamiliar with what you're talking about.
So in Syria, I forgot the gentleman's name. He's a U.S.-backed government in place. Syria used to be under Russian influence.
I'm so sorry, by Trump?
Well, by the United States.
Okay, so it was, but I asked you like why you support Trump, and then you said, well, this is what Trump is doing. But now you're just telling me about this candidate who's been backed by the United States for years. Yeah, sometimes the United States will like back candidates in other countries and topple other governments. This is what we've been doing for years now. I mean, look at what we did to the Dominican Republic. It was fucked up. Okay, we literally couped their government. You know, same thing in Iran in '53. Like, I don't know what you're talking about or how this is related to Trump.
Well, since he's the president, wouldn't that be his foreign policy?
None of it's been going on long before him, no.
Okay, so then
it's likely a dictation from some back office, you know, high up like CIA official, likely.
So then there isn't any foreign policy that is the direct involvement of Trump, right?
No, that's also not true. Okay, you just so happen to be talking about USA-backed like soft coups of other governments. That's something that's been happening forever. Don't think that's exclusive to anyone president. And historically, when we've driven USA-backed soft coups or hard coups of other governments, they produce bad outcomes for them. Just saying. I've literally never heard this point about Syria ever be brought up in a debate about Trump ever before. I don't even know if what you're telling me is true or false. I'm completely unfamiliar whatsoever. But now you're telling me that you like his foreign policy. His foreign policy is shit. Okay, he asked our military to draft a plan of invasion of one of our allies. I mean, he's the worst president that we've had in my lifetime for our partnerships with our transatlantic allies. Okay, it's just completely and total. We're an embarrassment on the global stage. We truly are.
Okay, fair enough. I'm voting for the other guy next time.
Really?
Possibly. Probably like a 60-40, depending on who the candidate is and if they just don't say nonsensical things. Like one of the things that Kamala said that I was like,
Come on.
that she was
If,
going to
if
give
we
new
shouldn't support politicians that
homeowners.
say nonsensical things, then we shouldn't support Trump since he called for the execution of Democrats in Congress. We shouldn't support Trump because he reposted an article saying that Biden was killed and replaced with a robotic clone. We shouldn't support Trump because he just continues to spam post videos saying that there's like hidden illegal Taiwanese chips in the backs of the voting machines in the 2020. They were then sending information about the votes to Italian satellites to manipulate them and reinstall them on the machines in Fulton County. Right? You know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, if we don't want a president that says nonsensical shit, don't support Trump.
Some of that's tongue in cheek. Sometimes, when you're a funny guy, you can say crazy things.
It's not funny to call for
Kamala
people's
Harris-
death. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He said that they should be publicly hung.
All right, come on. I wasn't talking about everything you just said. I'm just talking about when he says outlandish things,
Oh, he doesn't say them because it's funny. He says them because he thinks that they're true. That's what you and a lot of other Trump supporters do, is you work off this like foundational basis where you just baselessly accept that Donald Trump is a sane and rational person. And when you pre-assume that Donald Trump is a sane and rational person, you then automatically rule out any statement that he makes that is crazy as a joke or non-serious. Now, the president really is not supposed to joke about civil and electoral integrity. No, the president is really not supposed to joke about how he wants to publicly hang people in our government because they politically disagree with him. And I just reject the notion that he has been joking about any of this shit. And it's truly what he believes because he's a deranged lunatic. He truly is.
I don't think he's a deranged lunatic.
I think that deranged lunatics are the. I think if you rape a woman, you're a deranged lunatic. That's what a court determined. I think if you sexually exploit women and girls and then literally laugh about it and say it's funny, you're a deranged lunatic, and that's what Trump did in 2005. I think if you turn around and say that people should be hung if they politically disagree with you, you're a deranged lunatic, and that's exactly what Donald Trump did to Democrats in Congress less than 3 months ago.
Okay, so if you bring up all of these points, and I mean you do make great points. I don't pretend to be like the super smart guy. I'm an average voter. Then why can't the Democrats get their messaging across to your average person? Because I voted Democrat, I voted Republican, I voted Democrat again, and even in local elections, I vote Democrat a lot of the time.
The question that you're asking me here is a good one. Okay, it's something that I talk about a lot. It's actually something that I talked a bit about last night with Stephen A. Smith, but it's not the topic of the live. The topic of the live is why do you support Trump?
Well, for the reasons I mentioned, but
okay, but have I changed your mind with anything?
Yeah, for the most part, I would say so. It depends on the next person running for president on the Democratic side. If they don't say things to me that initially,
we're not talking about the general election in a couple of years. Well, we will. Give me another year or two, though. All right. Right now, we're talking about if you should stop supporting Trump today, like right now.
Well, I mean, sure. I guess I stopped supporting him as of right now. But he's already voted in.
Good. Well, now you should vote for more pressure on him in the midterms because of his lawless authoritarian regime. Appreciate you for coming up. Okay, welcome back, Hunter.
Hey, thanks for letting me wait.
Of course. Before I pass you the mic to tell us why you support Trump, I think you wanted to have a conversation about ICE. I'm going to take a moment just to thank a handful of the very kind people who've sent in donations. Krista, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Who said, did you see that Trump is using the federal government to give his board of peace $10 billion? Yep. Yeah, that's just his money now. Thank you for the $5, Krista. Then pay in. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Saying, what about April 2nd? That's my fucking birthday. No, why do you ruin it? Yeah, bro, you impose tariffs on every other country in the world on your birthday. Jesus Christ, man. Thank you for the $10. And then Kira, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, Aiden, please don't read this out loud. Sure. Okay. All right. I will keep that to myself, Kira. Thank you for the $15. That is Keira. Show some love to Kira. Same thing to Abigail. Thank you so much for the $5. Peter, thank you for the $10. He says, good shit with Stephen A. Smith last night. I showed my wife because she knows who he is, and she shared the VOD with 3 of her friends because of how locked in you were. Let's go, Peter. Shout out to you and your wife, for real. And then William, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. He says, thanks, Dean, for always having the receipts. Bro, you know me. I always come with hard evidence. Appreciate you so much for that love, William. I want to see 300 William W's. Same thing to Emma. Thank you so much for the $21 donation over on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, just listening from Ireland, wanted to say I love your lives. Honestly, don't know how any sane American could still support Trump and his administration. It's madness. I know, right? Like, you get that international perspective on it, where you hear what's actually happening on your media sources that don't have that Fox News bias. It's maddening. It's very maddening. Love love to you and love to Ireland. Thank you for the $22, Emma. Show some love to Emma. Then same thing to Jacob. Thank you for the $10. Huge shout out to you. Melissa, thank you so much for the $16, who says, hi, I've been watching your lives for a month now. Love what you do. Thank you so much, Melissa. Show some love to Melissa. And then Anna, thank you so much for the $20, who says, love listening to you on my road trip today. I'm about 45 minutes away, but thank God. But I'll still be listening once I get home. Bro, these lives make the road trips just breeze right on by. When I'm hitting the 4-hour road trip to Boulder, I'm listening to Parker's live. It makes it go by faster. So I'm happy that I've been able to help. Show some love to Anna and then Riley. Thank you so much for the $14 donation as well. Says, I love you, Dean. It's so amazing to see another person in my generation who genuinely knows what they're talking about. Yo, let's go, Riley. Thank you so much for that $15 donation and the incredibly kind compliment. And then we just have one more here from the man, the myth, the legend, 71-year-old Robert with the $50 donation on PayPal. Man, that is so much money. I appreciate you so much for your support, dude. 71-year-old Robert says, awesome job with Stephen Smith yesterday. Super proud of you, buddy. Keep fighting the good fight. P.S. These dipshit callers are dipshits. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. 71-year-old Robert. Bro, you know I love you. I aspire to be you when I'm your age. Show some love to Robert down below in that chat. I appreciate y'all for all that love on Venmo and PayPal. Then we just had one super chat real quick from Camp. Camp, dude, thank you so much for the $100 super chat over on that YouTube stream. I want to see 1,000 Camp W's on TikTok, on YT. Thank you so much for the love, man. That is an incredible amount of love. I do not deserve that. That is so much money. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Like, genuinely, I don't fucking deserve it. I don't know why y'all are so kind to me. Camp with $100 says, this, quote unquote, I'm rich because of Trump is basically an inverse repackage of their Thanks Obama meme from 10 years ago. Their capacity for rational thought is stagnant and an embarrassment to all mankind. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of people that just make very like critical logical errors when they're attempting to like decipher who they support and why they should support them. That's why we hear all the time, like, oh, like, you know, my mom made another $20,000 last year. Therefore, I'm going to support Trump as president, even though I had nothing to do with him. It's like they like to blame everything that happens in their lives on the president they support when it's convenient or when it's good. But then they also like to blame everything that happens bad in their lives on the president they don't support. You know, kind of like they did under Biden, right? So thank you so much for the $100, Camp. Go ahead and take it away, Hunter. You wanted to talk about ICE. What do you want to talk about specifically?
Okay, so as I said earlier, I live in Texas. We, along with a lot of the other border states, I see the actual effects. I go south quite often. You know, it's at least 10 times a year that I'm down to the border and back into Houston pretty often. And the way that they're handling it, and I'm hoping that you've actually been down here to see it, maybe not to Texas, but to the border to see it. I think that the way that they're handling it is actually a lot better than most people acknowledge it. Like, most people, you see what's happening in Minneapolis, which, honestly, it's a shit show. But the overall control of our border, the car inspections, they've gotten so much more powerful and so much more consistent, and they're stopping more crime from coming in through the southern border than nearly any president that I know of has ever done.
Okay, so I think that we just see less undocumented immigration in the first place. We don't really see more enforcement at the border. We just see less undocumented immigration. Therefore, the undocumented immigrants that try to come in typically are at a higher likelihood to see a response from border agents. Right, and I'd say the reason why we see less undocumented immigrants attempting to come into America in the first place is because of the authoritarianism of the Trump administration. Okay, like they're deporting people with no due process to a place in El Salvador where they are labeled as terrorists and tortured. Okay, they are murdering American citizens in the streets, executing them in the back of the neck while they're down on all four unarmed. And then justifying it by calling that citizen a domestic terrorist. And this isn't an isolated incident. This has happened 3 times now, okay? They are labeling people, hardworking mothers, hardworking fathers, unaccompanied minors as escapees from prisons, mental institutions, saying that they're also violent, they're pedophilic, they're gang members, when they're actually 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil compared to you, the average American citizen, all right? And these are the reasons why I think we see less undocumented immigration into this country, because they are scared away. And because the means that are being used to attain that end of less undocumented immigration are just so immoral, so terrible, I mean, just mask off constitutional and human rights violations. I don't think any good-willed American citizen could ever stand by it.
Okay. I think you almost entirely skipped over my point.
And what's your point?
I'm not. The point had nothing to do with, once again, you're referencing, and I said it too, you're referencing what is being, like, what's happening in Minneapolis and the more central United States. I'm talking about statewide.
Talking about at the border. You said that you see like more like persecution of undocumented entry. Sure, I bet you do, because there's less undocumented entry. Therefore, you're more likely to see the persecution of the undocumented entry that still exists. Okay, if you have 100 cops and 100 criminals, okay, well, I guess if you have 100 cops and like 10,000 criminals, okay, you're not going to see like every single criminal being caught. You're not going to see a cop putting every single one of them in cuffs. But when you have 100 cops and maybe 10 criminals, then all of a sudden, every single time you see a criminal, they're going to be like getting jumped by 5 cops, right? So I guess my point here is it's going to seem like there's more border enforcement simply because there's less undocumented entry.
Okay. I can see that. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because they're scared to come in, right? They don't want to be, because they hear about the bad situations, right? They don't want to come in because they're scared of what could happen to them because of ICE and the Trump agency. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because of the human and constitutional rights violations. The administration is just allowing ICE to racially profile people. If their skin's brown, put them in cuffs. If they speak English with an Hispanic accent, put them in cuffs. We literally see this every day. Illegal deportations, dude. I mean, we even have a president attempting to just overcome the Constitution. He's positioning himself like a dictator, passing executive orders, taking the constitutional rights away from citizens to legally reclassify them as undocumented immigrants, to be deported, to seek out in El Salvador, to then be tortured, okay, merely because their parents are undocumented immigrants. Like, yes, the system of oppression, the system of hate, the system of division, the system of human rights violations and constitutional violations is absolutely what is reducing the amount of undocumented entry into this country.
Okay. How would you suggest then that we handle these undocumented immigrants? How would you suggest we either A, get rid of them, or...
Listen, I can tell you what I suggest as soon as you could acknowledge that the way that Donald Trump is doing it is indefensible.
I will say it's not an ideal situation.
But is it indefensible?
I think it's defensible, but I don't think it's ideal. It could be done better.
Tell me how casting our Constitution out of the damn window to violate somebody's human rights is defensible.
I think, first off, the Constitution has always been extremely up to interpretation. There's been plenty of court cases where there were just lines in the Constitution that were debated on what they meant, and that's usually where we get amendments and changes to the Constitution all the time.
So the Constitution is interpreted by the courts, most notably the Supreme Court, not by the president.
Correct. So, if what he's doing is unconstitutional, why has it not been stopped?
It has been by courts, which just furthers my own point, right? Yeah, it kind of proves that I'm right here. Yeah, I know.
Not said that he's doing anything wrong.
So the Supreme Court only rules on cases that are unprecedented. Okay, but we have precedent for the 14th Amendment and how it extends birthright citizenship to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil, which once again only proves my point further, because this means that he likely intentionally and belligerently infringed on the Constitution. Okay, the 14th Amendment says if you're born here and you're subject to our laws, you're a citizen. Trump said if you're born here and you're subject to our laws, you're not a citizen, and that's the issue. All right, we see this directive of lawlessness and disorder directly from the Oval Office. Okay, regardless if it's through his executive order, such as the one that we just went over, or the directives to ICE to arrest people with no judicial warrants, which is unconstitutional, or to barge into people's homes with no judicial warrants, which is also unconstitutional. Racial profiling, it was constitutional, but guess what? This compromise Supreme Court got it done, but that doesn't mean it's not immoral, right? You know, my point is, you can't sit here and claim to care about the law so much that you want to separate families and have people fucking tortured because they're guilty of a federal misdemeanor that is completely victimless and actually benefits this country, and then turn around and support the felonious president, turn around, support the adjudicated rapist as president, and turn around and then actively defend the system, which has been reliant on the lawlessness of Donald Trump's unconstitutional directives to ICE and executive orders. It's hypocritical.
Okay. All right. I don't disagree. I mean, I agree that you cannot claim that you want everyone to follow the law properly when you're voting for a president that has not followed the law properly himself. That is definitely an understandable fact. I want to be very clear on one point. I am not 100% Republican. I'm more, I would say I'm like the last guy, kind of 60-40. You know, this last election was a shit show in all ways possible. You know, the Democratic Party could not pull a candidate for the first, what did it take them, almost 2-3 months to figure out who they were going to run. We all knew they were going to run Harris, but honestly, it was a shit show. You had two, for lack of better terms, idiots bickering at each other on a world stage trying to run the country. Neither one is perfect. Neither one is anywhere near the greatest president we've ever had. In my opinion, the greatest president we've ever had is Teddy Roosevelt. That's because I hunt, I fish, I'm big into outdoors. That's what he was all for, and he was very against monopolies, trusts, all that stuff. But that's a whole nother topic.
I want to keep it, dude. In response to my point that I made about Trump, you've brought up
Yes.
the Democrats, and you've brought up Teddy Roosevelt.
Right.
Come on.
I'm sorry, I got way off topic, yeah. Okay.
Also, Dan, thank you so much for the kindness, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. God.
All right. You said about separating families. That's obviously a bad thing. That's a bad thing. No matter how you look at it, you should not be separating families. But how would
separating families is like honestly like the most precedented thing out of everything that he's been doing. All right, that's bad.
Right.
That's really bad. Like, I want to clarify, it's a bad thing to separate families. Okay, but that's not the thing that Trump is doing now. That sets him apart from everyone else. Just to clarify.
Right. It's one of those things that we see with a lot of fascists and a lot of dictators. You know, they come in and they separate people. They remove their unity. They remove community. That's what they did with the Jews in the Holocaust. They separated the families because they didn't want them to be able to work together. They wanted them separated. They wanted them scared.
Okay, but can you respond to my now you're talking about the Holocaust, dude. I just want you to respond to the points that I made and how, in accordance with the points, you obviously shouldn't support Trump.
Right. Okay. So, how would you suggest that we handle these families that when you have children?
Once again, you're still not responding to the points that I made in terms of how they relate to you not supporting Trump.
You made the point. You were speaking about the whole separating family situation, deporting illegals.
Yeah,
that's the topic I'm speaking about.
Illegally deporting undocumented immigrants, okay, by violating their right to due process and sending them to a place to be tortured in El Salvador, on top of the unconstitutional directives he's given to ICE to racially profile people, to arrest people without warrants, to barge into people's homes without warrants, okay, on top of him setting forth an executive order to unconstitutionally strip constitutional rights away from citizens born here, to then unconstitutionally relabel them as undocumented immigrants for that same system of deportation. Please respond to it. How is that a system that you can defend?
All right, here's how I defend it. The situation's shitty. We can agree on that, right? Just yes or no, really quick. The situation overall with illegals, the amount of illegal immigrants that we have, and the ICE situation is shitty. It's gone to hell in a lot of places. However, we have a situation where we have so many illegal citizens in our country, thanks to the Biden administration, that we don't know what to do with them, and we definitely cannot house. We definitely cannot.
How many undocumented immigrants do you think are in the country?
Right now, I would guess somewhere between 5 and 15 million.
Okay, that's not so many that we can't run our society. How many people are in our country?
What is it? It's somewhere between 350 and 450 million.
Okay, so what percentage of the population is that?
What is that? Give me a second. Is that 5%? 6%? No, it's not.
Oh.
No, it's not. It's like 2 or 3.
Okay, so I think you're worried about the wrong 1%.
No, for
Right?
sure.
I think you're focused on undocumented immigrants, and you're not focused on the billionaires that are getting massive tax breaks from Donald Trump's big beautiful bill and his tax policy, while simultaneously cutting access to basic amenities that people need. So I think you should respond to Dean's point about the human rights abuses and undermining the Constitution and fundamental rights, rather than focusing on undocumented immigrants, right? And just some random claim, or like bringing up things about things irrelevant to what he's saying.
Right.
Talk about the
right.
human rights abuses that he just brought up.
Right. So you want to know? The question
but
was,
like
how do I
he
defend
actually
those,
is
right?
talking about them. He's justifying them. He's
So I
saying
wanna
that
know
there's
how
so
I
many
defend them.
undocumented immigrants in this country that unfortunately some citizens need to be murdered, some constitutional rights need to be taken away, okay? Some court orders need to be ignored, okay? Due process needs to go, all right? Racial profiling needs to happen. They need to be able to arrest people without warrants and disrespect and disregard of the Fifth Amendment. They need to be able to barge into people's houses without warrants and disrespect and disregard of the Fifth Amendment. You don't care about breaking the law. You don't. Shut up. You have no good reason to care about undocumented immigrants. Zero. None.
If you
Nada.
would let me
Not
speak.
one. You don't
If you
fucking
would let
care.
me speak,
If you don't
I would get
care
it out.
about the total erosion of our checks and balances, the total erosion of the separation of powers, of the total erosion of the Constitution, not just within one regard, but many. We're talking about the 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th Amendment here. Okay, and the total erosion of human rights, racial profiling, and murder. Keep that in mind. I don't believe that you care about one person or a group of people, like, infringing on federal law and breaking and committing a misdemeanor. Like, there's just no way. It's just a lie. Like, you have to be
If
lying.
it benefits the American public, then I think that the law is manipulable. In my opinion, the law is not based on morals. And your
Name
morals
one way
should
that
not
mass
be based on
deportation
law.
legitimately benefits this country.
Okay. So if you'd let me speak, we'd already be here. But we don't have the food, we don't have the resources, we don't have the homes to take care of these people coming into our nation. We already have a homeless issue. It's bad. If we continue taking in more illegals, they're coming here from shitty situations all over the world to live in a shitty situation. They are coming here and making it worse, dividing our resources even more. We need to compile.
So they're just taking more
to
resources,
remove them
right?
from the equation.
Yeah, they're just
Yes,
taking more
they're
resources.
taking more from our nation.
Parker really wants to make a point here, so I'm going to pass him the mic. But what I'm going to say is that you are just thinking about the demand side of the economy. You're not considering the supply side of the economy. It is true that if you only look at the demand side of the economy, undocumented immigrants hurt our economy because they just take more resources. But as soon as you open your brain to think in more than one dimension and you consider the fact that they're more likely to work than citizens, they're significantly more likely to work than citizens in manufacturing sectors, and significantly more likely to work specifically in construction, therefore they build more houses. Okay, and they're significantly less likely to buy houses because they can't get loans from banks. They're significantly less likely to rent housing because most renters won't rent to somebody without an SSN. Overall, they're actually beneficial. They're beneficial to the job market. They're beneficial to this country's production, this country's productive capacities. And for all these reasons and more, your argument is null and void. But Parker, the mic and the floor are yours. I saw that you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, the Cato Institute came out with a recent study that overlooked immigration over the past 30 years and showed that it actually decreased deficits by $14.5 trillion over the last 30 years. So we would actually have significantly more debt to actually have to pay off if we didn't have as much immigration as we did. So immigrants are not actually a harm to our systems, especially if we gave the undocumented immigrants that are in our system right now a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. It would allow for them to pay more into the legal system in terms of tax revenues, right? Meaning we would have a higher level of tax revenue overall. Plus, by 2050, we're going to have a stagnating and decreasing population, according to the Congressional Budget Office. So immigration is a way that we can offset that population stagnation and decrease over time to actively continue to increase our GDP and our productivity. And by the way, I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that shows that it increases employment rate for natural born U.S. citizens, GDP, and productivity. right? So it's actually just significantly better for the economy for us to have immigration as a whole and for us to facilitate a legal pathway for those that are undocumented in the country who haven't committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
Right. I actually totally agree with you on that. I think we need to streamline the method, the way that they can get citizenship, but I also think it needs to be strict. We've got, if you are a good immigrant, you're coming in, you're helping our economy, like Dean was saying, you're providing resources to our nation. I don't see any reason that you shouldn't be a citizen as long as you're willing to learn the language, learn the politics, and get along and not cause problems with our nation. However, the issue that I have is the fact that a lot of these illegals, not necessarily a lot, it's actually a pretty small percentage, I'll acknowledge that, but the amount of dangerous drugs, the amount of illegal weapons that are being brought into our country by these illegals is actually pretty high. And I don't mean illegal weapons, like people in the comments are going to be thinking that I'm talking about some crazy technology. It's not. There's things called ghost guns. I'm certain that you two have heard of them because you study these things. Ghost guns are simply when you take parts from different guns.
Fear-mongering propaganda, by the way, but we'll talk about that.
It's not propaganda. It is a real thing. I'm not
saying that ghost guns are fake. I'm saying that the thoughts that you were disseminating surrounding undocumented immigrants is fake. It's fear-mongering propaganda. But feel free to add more on. I interrupted you, and I want you to be able to finish your sentence.
Also, I just want to say that the ATF indicated that there's actually 95% of firearm traffickers in the U.S. were U.S. citizens.
Right. And by the way, the Department of Homeland Security indicates that 70% of DRUG traffickers bringing drugs across the southern border specifically are U.S. citizens. You forget the fact that citizens undergo significantly less scrutiny, okay, than non-citizens at the border. Not to mention, when you're like an undocumented immigrant, like you've already committed a crime, you could be detained and searched. All right, that's it. They could search your person to make a safe arrest for this crime that you've committed. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to say anything new. And that's why when, there's illicit behaviors taking place at our southern border, illicit substances being brought into this country, they're brought in by citizens, Right. You can't just like tell a citizen to... I guess the point is that they undergo less scrutiny, and that's why we see that the fact that 70% of DRUGS brought into this country across the southern border by citizens, and 95% of the illegal drug traffic in this gun traffic in this country is also perpetuated by citizens. Not to mention that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely than you to commit a violent crime, 3 times less likely than you to commit a property crime, and 3.5 times less likely than you to commit a petty crime. Nobody's sitting here saying that undocumented immigrants who have committed bad crimes should be offered that pathway to residency or citizenship. Personally, I think they should either be thrown in jail or deported to their home country, then thrown in a jail cell there. Okay, but to use this fear-mongering rhetoric saying, oh, the drugs, the guns, the crimes, the rape, and so on and so forth, is why we should just like not do amnesty at all for the 99.999% of undocumented immigrants that are net beneficial to this country, here to provide for themselves and their family, to create a better tomorrow, not just for them, but for you, me, and the rest of America, is insane, quite frankly. And if we really want to start with getting the bad guys out of our country, let's start by getting the adjudicated rapists out of the oval, man. It's almost like, you just kind of close your eyes and ears as soon as you learn that we got this billionaire sex pest running the country from the White House,
Mm-hmm. Okay. 1 moment.
It's fine. Take a moment, man. I got a couple people to thank real quick. Timothy, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on PayPal. He says, I watched you cook Stephen A. Smith last night. Great job, and thank you. He's always been trashing my Boston teams. Much love. Much love to you as well, Timothy. I had a lot of fun last night. Thank you for the $15, man. Caroline, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, good evening from Germany. Did that one gas actually say illegal citizens? How can you be an illegal citizen? Or am I missing something here? I think he misspoke, but I appreciate you for the $20, Caroline. It's good to see you. Let's get 200 Caroline W's. As well, Shandi, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, Dean, longtime viewer, I just wanted to tell you how to pronounce my name because you always say it wrong. It's Shani D. Shani. Shani? Wait, okay, now you gotta help me out here. Is it Shani D or Shani D? Let me know if it's Shani D. I think that's what it is. But thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you for the $10. And then, fucking hell, Susan? Dude, oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Oh my God, Susan, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the kindness. Holy hell, wow, I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit struck by that. Wow, holy fuck. Holy crap. Susan with $100 says, Dean, I've missed being on your stream. It's been too long. Keep it up, my friend. Susan, thank you so much for your kindness. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart. I don't deserve a penny of that. Thank you so much for the love. I want to see 1,000 Susan W's down below in that comment section. You just made my my brain break there for a second. Thank you. As well as Ivy. Thank you so much for the $12 over on Venmo. Show some love to Ivy. Magali, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for that love, Magali. Couldn't agree more. Then Jeff, thank you for the $12. Who says, hey, cool shit with Stephen A. Smith. You are for sure my favorite grifter. Well, thank you for supporting the grift, Jeff. Huge shout out to you. And then Nikki, thank you so much for the $25. And Brandy, thank you so much for the 20. Nikki with the 25 says, I love watching you. Keep up the great work. I'll never stop. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here. Show some love to Nikki. And then, like I said, Brandy with the 20 says, Dean, you're an angel. I hope you could realize the impact that you have in this world. Thank you for speaking up for women and children. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. And I'm happy that you take something positive away from the stream. Let's show some love to Nikki and Brandy. And then one last one over here on Venmo, Miss Kelly. Thank you for the $20. She says, single mom of 3 boys. The economy under Trump is catastrophic. And I have so much hope for our future with somebody like you trying to change minds. And listen, we do change minds every single day. Every single day we change minds, and that's a value in these live streams. Thank you for the $20, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly. And then Bramble, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Trump is transferring money from his government to his board of peace, straight up stealing. Yes, I know. He's just found a new way to take money from the people and then put it into a board that he has sole and executive control over, right? It's just another grift. It's another fraud. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. Go ahead.
All right. So we've got a situation where a lot of illegals that are coming in are, like you're saying, they're good, hardworking people. They just want to get jobs. They want to help our society. This whole country is built on immigrants, so I totally see your point there. And I agree that it's a lot easier to smack a brick of, I probably can't say the word on TikTok, but we all know what I'm thinking, into a white dude's center console than put it into a Mexican or Asian's car and have them move it across the border. The issue is the people moving it across the border. They're a problem as well, but once it gets in, they're not the ones selling it and providing it to the American people. They're just there for transport. All right, we move the guns from A to B. People go to Mexico, they come back with a box of guns. People go to Mexico, they come back with 10 pounds of coke. Whatever they bring back, they
can't say that on TikTok to us. But also, like, he should look into the fact that the ex-president of Honduras literally was pardoned by the Trump administration, and he was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. So
yeah,
I wonder why, Trump supporters, whenever they realize that they've been alleged, or someone's been alleged of trafficking DRUGS to the country, they should be, unalived off the coast of Venezuela. But, for example, people like that, they should be pardoned.
Yeah, listen, he was also just kind of repeating himself. Like, we already heard him say that all. I already responded to it, but, I had to kick him because he's in the name of a DRUG. Hey, Eamon, I actually had to remove you from the live earlier because you said the name of a DRUG. Before you even start talking, I'm just going to quickly go over TikTok terms of service because I'm going to be honest with you, man. I want to talk to you, okay? I want to have a good civil dialogue, but I got to remind you of the terms of service. So if you remember earlier, I started hitting my intro on TikTok, on YouTube, and you really interrupted me and were saying that I'm on WEED on that pin of a particular kind. You know what I'm talking about. The patience pin, as Parker would like to say. You can't say that on TikTok, okay? You can't say the names of any DRUGS. I'm not even comfortable saying the word DRUG, right? TikTok TOS, it's pretty restrictive. And then a second thing, from what I know about you, the very limited knowledge I have of you, you seem like you're the type of guy it's going to swing out with the insults. Once you do, if you are going to, get creative, okay? You're going to have to come up with some creative way to insult me that the TikTok, auto moderation system isn't going to flag as harassment and bullying, so then I don't have to kick you either. Are we good? Amen? Are we good?
Yo, Chud, this is the first time I'm on your stream, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, it's not even the same guy. It's some
What are you
troll
talking
who
about?
just took his name.
Who's Eamon?
You just took the name of
I
the other
baited
guy.
you, Chud. I baited you, Chud. Get baited, kid.
Very nice. Well, you're
Yeah,
alive, so you get to
I think
stay.
the
How
real
old are
guy
you?
ran away, bro. He's scared of you.
How old are you?
I'm 19, dude, but I'm not even American, man. I'm
Okay.
19, but I'm not even American, bro.
Well, I guess I'm not even that upset because now everybody that's in the queue knows the rules, which is nice. All right, yeah. Well, I guess that wasn't the real guy, but still yet that was important because that was an informative lesson for everybody watching, particularly the Trump supporters in the queue of what you can and can't do when you're on the live. Moving on to the next guest right now. Parker, how was your stream today, man?
I did like 4.5 hours or so. I want to say I had a few people that were pretty crazy, but generally, I mean, I had a few people that changed their minds and were like relatively open.
Good.
I mean, it was both. It was both. How about you so far?
Well, I feel like we haven't really had too many convos so far. That last one was kind of the first fleshed out conversation, and personally, I found that guy kind of annoying. Not because he was super rude or anything, but was very just kept on repeating himself over and over and over.
There we go.
April, hi. Do you support Trump?
Uh-oh.
I'll take that as a no. What about you, Republican for Life, MAGA 01? Do you support Trump? No, you left too. All right. If you happen to be one of the 14,000 people watching over on TikTok, hop inside of the guest request if you're an American adult that supports Trump. Now, keep in mind, if you're not a Trump supporter, you're just going to get kicked real quick. So save yourself the time, save me the time. Don't even hop in the queue in the first place. Moving on to the next guest, dear Amanda. Like I said, please only join if you're MAGA. Welcome in. What's up, Skyler? Do you support Trump?
Kind of. I have a few questions to kind of
Amanda, do
get
you
my
support
mind
Trump?
figured out.
Now that I cut.
Okay, Amanda's not even here. So when you say kinda, if you were teleported back, knowing everything that you do now to December of 2024, who would you vote for?
I honestly don't know if I would have voted for either side because I have kind of mixed opinions on quite a few things both ways.
That's really funny. That's really funny, Parker. How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
2007. So what opinions do you hold that makes you lean towards Trump? Let's talk about those.
I don't agree with trans women in women's spaces, particularly like women's restrooms and sports. I'm so for people transitioning. I think that they should be allowed to do what they want with their bodies, but
Oh, you've fallen for the bait. Listen, you've fallen for the bait, dude. Okay, the GOP pumped $400 million into trying to convince you to hate trans people, to then ignore how terrible of a president Trump is, and it was very successful for a lot of people. Listen, here's what I'm gonna say to you. There's 16 trans women in the entirety of the NCAA. I don't understand how anybody in their right mind could sit here and say that it is worth it, okay, to get those 16 trans women outside of the NCAA at the expense of 100 million low-income Americans who no longer have health care because of Trump, at the expense of our transatlantic partnerships. NATO is crumbling because of Trump, at the expense of the 156 million Americans in the low and the middle class who have had their purchasing power lowered because of Trump, at the expense of the 16 million American children on food stamps that have starved for 12 days because he refused to abide by a court order to feed them during the last 12 days of the government shutdown, at the expense of the social and moral fabric of this this country, with the Trump administration and the Trump Department of Justice defying Congress, breaking the law, protecting the identities of predators, pedophiles, rapists, so on and so forth, and at the expense of the sanctity of the Oval Office, because now we're saying, doesn't matter if you're a rapist, doesn't matter if you're a felon, doesn't matter if you've boasted about sexual exploitation, we're going to put you in there for 4 years. It's just insane to me.
I agree. I think like my mom was one of the people that wasn't able to get food stamps during that period of time, and
Right, yeah, no, but like trans people
I
in
agree with
NCAA, right?
yeah, I agree with that. I don't agree with like a lot of the things that ICE is doing. I have a lot of immigrant friends with parents that have also immigrated, and they're really scared right now. But I believe that there needs to be like a balance. I don't think that our border should be open by any means.
Wait. I want to play a video that you reposted.
Donald Trump is in the files more times than Jesus is mentioned in the Bible. Donald Trump is in the files more times than
Yes.
Harry Potter is mentioned in all 7 books. Donald Trump is in the files more times than there are seconds in a week. Donald Trump is in the files more times than there are episodes of The Simpsons, Grey's Anatomy, and One Piece combined. Donald Trump is in the files more times than there are Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and Digimon combined. Donald Trump is in the files more times than there are...
And you're telling me
100%,
that you're just
yeah,
willing to kind of set that to the side because of 16 trans women in the NCAA?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't think that I don't agree that Trump is a good president, but I don't know if I would vote for a Democrat president is kind of where I stand on the situation.
Okay. Then I just recommend that you watch the live stream and hopefully we'll be able to change your mind. I'm kicking you because I think that there's a high likelihood that you're trolling just because of like how outlandish the view is that you purported. Let's go and get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. All right, welcome into Sport Trump, Amy. Amy, hello? Amy's not here. Moving on to the next guest, we got Lacote 1 loading up into the box. Here we go. Trying to find a Trump supporter to come up here and have a good, honest dialogue with me and Parker. And it looks like we're struggling, as per usual.
Make it clap right now.
Okay. Why did we get the instant replay on that? Did anybody else hear?
What the hell with the echo? What happened there?
Yeah, did anyone else hear the instant replay? Where did that come from, man? Why did we get the
I was
instant
literally
replay
muted.
on
Like,
that?
how did that even happen?
Yeah, bro, what? That's crazy. What's going on, sir? Do you support Trump?
Yo.
Yo, do you support
Hey,
Trump?
what the fuck? I am enjoying this shit.
Oh, no worries. I'll just kick you. No worries, no worries, no worries. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest. Quite frankly, we got the next guest, Grant Cosby, loading up into the box. Sorry, not Cosby, Crosby. Welcome in, Grant Crosby. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, all right.
In a sense, I think I find myself in the middle ground, but
How do you?
yeah, in a way. But I want to ask a couple questions regarding, something that you were stating a while ago. I forgot her name. I understand your point is in entirety. To say that you support Trump.
Gotta ask, man. How old are you?
I'm 22. Yeah, August 24, 2000.
And are you driving right now?
I'm not. No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Could you have your driver say hi?
Hello.
Is
Can
that
you
the
hear
driver? Why do they all do that, bro? Why do they all do that, man?
I had someone make a fake noise earlier. And I didn't even pay attention, so I bought it for a second.
That's funny. Welcome in, Valerie. Do you support Trump? Welcome in, Valerie. Do you support Trump? Okay, well, we all know that Valerie heard me. Okay, she's listening to us through the family 75-inch TV with ultra boosted.
I
surround
love
sound
you,
speakers.
Paul Candian. You're such a good dude.
Bro, we got the instant replay.
We're
again.
getting the instant replays.
I think that has to be coming in through your mic somehow. I don't know how, but somehow.
I swear I'm muted. Should I leave and join back?
No, man, you're good. It's only really present when there's a super loud noise, like a fetus screaming or blaring the Weird Charlie Kirk song at a max volume. Apparently. That's
See,
also
I hear it too. So how do we both hear it?
Yeah, no fucking clue, dude. Honestly,
What
not a
happened to
clue.
the Twitch stream, Parker?
Well, you got all these fetuses coming up here and messing around. Children, stay out of the queue, please. Thank you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box.
All the fetuses that joined my stream.
You brought the fetuses over, Parker. How dare you? Lisa, hi. Do you support Trump? Lisa's just not even here. What a good day of debates. We're just really getting them. We really are just getting them good today. Moving on to the next guest right now. Y'all follow our rules. Only hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. I would really appreciate it if as many as possible of y'all could please follow our rules. You know what, Barker, if you would even help me get a guest up here, I'd really appreciate it. I think that you got a good eye for the Trump supporters, much better eye than I. I'm a poet, and I didn't know it. Welcome in, Looks Maxine. Do you support Trump?
I agree. I agree with you, and I think you. Yeah. No, not you. You're cray. You're crazy in the head.
Saint Byrne, hi. Do you support Trump?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Saint?
I did not mean to join.
Oh, she didn't mean to join. Okay. She's talking to her bird, I think. She's calling her bird crazy. Alyssa, hi. Do you support Trump? See what I mean, man? You can help me out here, Parker. We got to use your eye here. Try to find anyone, because I'm obviously not doing a good job. Alyssa, hi. Do you support Trump? Sorry, not Alyssa. Autumn.
3 weeks ago, a student at Fremont High School in Nebraska was hit by a car. And I've been trying to tell you for the past few weeks. If you want to look into that.
It's very sad, and I feel for their family. Mike, hello. Do you support Trump?
I love you so much, Dean. You're a beautiful person. I love you so much.
Which one is that?
I love you.
Okay, it's Jeffrey Newman. Okay. We got Mike on the live. Mike, I sent you an invite to turn your mic on, funny enough. Do you see the struggles that I go through, Parker?
It's brutal, dude. It's brutal.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all do this, man. It's really unnecessary. Okay, Mike's driving. Eric, do you support Trump? No. We're literally cycling through like 20 people in the queue. Not at, like literally like 1 out of like 20, like probably 1 out of like 30 people.
Yo, Dean, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, bro.
Very nice. Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, bro.
I gotta know if you're a Trump supporter. This is a debate live, my friend. Do you support Trump?
Yo, Dean, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, bro.
All right, yeah, man. Have fun smacking your wall. You live in your mother's basement. I'd recommend getting outside more, Connor. But are you a Trump supporter?
No. Yes. All right. Hold on. Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, now
You remember who I'm talking about, right? You remember who? Fuck, what's his name?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay. What year you?
Yo, Dean, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, bro. Okay, Dean, I'm gonna smack the shit out you, bro.
How about this? I will let you smack
Jeff
the shit out of
Teague,
me.
yo, Jeff Teague. That's what I'm talking about.
Listen,
Jeff
Connor,
Teague, bro.
Connor, I will let you.
Oh,
I will let
okay.
you smack the shit out of me if you could answer one question. Okay.
What's the question, bro?
How many continents are there?
Like 7?
Holy shit, dude! You're sharp. You are sharp for a Trump supporter. I'm impressed, man. Damn, he's as smart as a 3rd grader. Fucking got me, dude. Cooper, what's up? Do you support Trump? No, Cooper's not here. Move it on to the next guess. It was the like, that got me. The like 7. Yo. All right, guys. I just want to let y'all know that you guys just completely stop the stream when you do this. Right? It's like all these trolls, are liberals, by the way. It's like the Trump supporters in the queue. They'll come up here and they'll be an asshole. All right, but we can make that into a conversation because they're actually a Trump supporter. But it's like all of the trolls, y'all are not even Trump supporters. Guys, we've been doing this for 30 minutes. At some point, you will have to come to your senses and realize that we're looking for debates. And this shit is insane.
Pushy ass nigga. The fuck is you on?
All right. Right? Maybe it's because Trump supporters are just simply too scared to talk to us or something. But you understand that this just completely stops the stream when you do this. Hi, Bray. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. Come here. I want you, Dean.
Jammer, do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
38. Santana sucks dick and he could die. Love you, Parker.
Okay, well, so listen, folks, here's where we're at. The only Trump supporters in the queue want to come up here and call for the deaths of Liberals and scream slurs, dude.
That's not me. I'm good. I'm not a.
He's also not a Trump supporter. Like, guys, I think that MAGA, it's got to be like dead. Like, is there really like any other explanation for this? Like, the only explanation I could think of is like MAGA is like just truly dead. Like, there's not actually Trump supporters. Like, there's no wall of inevitability surrounding the Trump administration.
Yeah, like, it's proportionally more likely that you're going to get a troll on the stream than you are to get a Trump supporter because they're so scared to debate you.
But it's, like, significantly more proportionally likely. Like, we've gone through 30 people. The last 30 people we've had up here have been trolls. Not one of them has been a Trump supporter.
I do think proportionally on my stream, I get a little bit more debates than you.
You do. You do. You definitely do. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And, you know, it kind of like makes me not really like this too much. You know, like I don't have fun when it's just like straight trolls. It just kind of takes, you know, the joy out of it. It takes a point out of it. And it makes me feel like I just am wasting my time, like legitimately wasting my time. I would be so much happier right now if I just wasn't live and maybe like starting to work on dinner to cook something at home with my girlfriend since it's 4:25 p.m. Mountain. You know, it like really does not like incentivize me to do this when we just get the trolls. So that's like truly why I'm asking y'all to only join the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. You know, I totally expect like some trolls, like that's okay, but like let's not have these like rolling like groups of trolls for like 30 minutes at a time. It is like so infuriating. Welcome in, George. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, nigger faggot.
Right. All they could do is just come up here and scream slurs, which I think like tells me that like you just know that I'm better than you. You know that I'm like significantly better than you, and that you've lost the debate before it even starts, which definitely like kind of helps you understand like why the left is so popular right now and the right is so not popular at all. You know, it helps you understand like why the Democrats won the mayoral race in Miami, Florida for the first time in 30 years. It helps you understand why we won a state house seat in Georgia for the first time in 40 years, a state house seat once again in Tennessee for the first time in 40 years. It understands why we might flip Texas blue. It's because the right is just like legitimately not popular at all. We could have a group of 14.5 thousand people, which is the amount of viewers we have right now on TikTok, and there's not a single supporter of Trump that's down to debate. And that's going to be kind of like this intersect of a lack of Trump supporters, but then those Trump supporters that are still left know that they don't have a good reason to support Trump, and it's all rooted within like the baseless prejudice that they hold. And they know that. They can recognize that, which is why they are too scared to come up here. Jonathan, do you support Trump?
Tashika just made a 20-minute response to you in full detail.
I can't wait to waste 20 minutes of my life. That'll be fun. I'll have to do that later. Welcome in, Anthony. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Evan, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Evan, what time is it?
5:27. My
How old
voice
are you?
is gone.
Yeah, how old are you?
18, 2007.
Okay, then Anthony, how old are you?
18, 2007.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm going to put y'all both on mute just here for a moment and thank a couple donors. Like I said, it's been like 30 minutes that we've been looking for a guest, so there's been a couple donations that have come in during that time. Thank you, Joey, so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Joey. And Joey, that is some good advice. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to Joey down below for the $20. Thank you so much, Joey. Let's get 200 Joey W's. And then 8241, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, something I find interesting is that U.S. is like the only country where you're taught that there are 7 continents versus other countries that say that there's 6 and they don't separate North and South America. Well, I mean, there's really no good reason to separate North and South America, just geographically speaking. You know, what separates them is a man-made canal, so I get it. And then James, thank you so much for the $25 donation over on YouTube Super Chat that says, we've defeated MAGA. I guess so, because there's just simply none left. Thank you for the $25, man. Show some love to James down below. Same thing with Nissa. Thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says last night's appearance on Stephen A. Smith's show was awe-inspiring truly. Thank you so much, Nissa. Amanda and Haley, thank you both for the $5. Then Sierra, thank you so much much for the $10. He says, what happened to your other account? We got like a temporary restriction on it. We'll be back on the day after tomorrow. And then fucking hell, Julia, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Julia, you were awesome. Let's get 500 Julia W's in that TikTok chat and a YouTube chat. Thank you guys so much for the love. Y'all are awesome. Julia with a $50 says, hey Dean, can you and Parker wish my MAGA dad a happy 64th birthday? His name is JR. He's too scared to debate y'all. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, JR, happy birthday, man. I hope you live it up on your 64th birthday. One way you could really live it up and have that happy birthday is to hop inside of the queue to come up here and debate us. I'd also, over on PayPal, like to very quickly thank Fussy. Thank you for the $14. Who says, hey, Dean, good to see you. Did you hear that DHS Trisha McLaughlin resigned? What a blessing. Oh, my God, she did? That is awesome. Yeah, we hate Trisha. Thank you for the $14. And same thing to Amy. Thank you so much for the $12. Who says, hey, Dean, I accidentally requested to join your live and I didn't realize until you're about to kick me. Oh, no worries, Amy. No, don't worry about it. Thank you for the $12. And then Kali, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Who says, cool thing. My sister said that she met you a while back at Santa Monica at a vegan restaurant. She said that you were very nice to her and you were at the table next to her. You could look her up on Google real quick. Oh, I remember your sister. I remember your sister and her date. I do. Yeah, I know exactly what restaurant you're talking about. I was in Santa Monica and I did meet your sister. Thank you for the $15, Cully. Very kind of you. And then Anna, thank you for the $20. And then let's hear. Shandi, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate the both of y'all. Show some love to Anna and Shandi down below in that comment section. Appreciate y'all. And then over on Super Chat, one more here. Actually, no, we're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away, you guys. Tell us why you support Trump.
You want to go first or no?
You can go.
All right. So I'm from a small town in Wisconsin, and there was an issue a couple towns over where a trans individual was in the female's bathroom, and all the girls had a protest. They all walked out and they protested in town because they weren't comfortable with that person being in there. And I think they did the right thing, because if they're not comfortable with a man being in the women's restroom, like, they should have a say on that.
I have a question.
Okay.
First and foremost, I think that trans women are women. I'd like to clarify that. But would you ever vote for that trans woman to be president in consideration of the fact that she would go into the women's bathroom?
I would not know.
So if a man were to go into with somebody that you think is a man were to go into a private women's only space, you never vote for them to be president?
Why do you think I should?
Well, I don't think that you should. If a man, like an actual man, were to like go into a women's only space, thank you so much, honey, that you should ever vote for them to be president. And you agree to this?
I wouldn't say that necessarily, no.
Oh, but that's what you just said about the trans woman. Wait, so if a trans woman were to go into a private women's only space, you never vote for them because of it. But if a cis man were to go into a private women's only space, you'd vote for them regardless of it? Why?
Did I say that?
Yeah, that is what you said.
How so? Because
I asked
to
you
me,
if you've
it
ever
sounds
voted
like
for
you're
that trans
trying to
woman in
word
respect
it.
to the fact that she had gone into the women's restroom, and you very quickly said no. Right? Just to clarify, if there's somebody that you think is a man and they go into a private women's only space, like a woman's dressing room, and even just like look at the naked people in there, you would never vote for them to be president, right?
If a man is going into a woman's dressing room, why would I want them, like...
Okay, you're asking like a question. You're saying, why would I want them as president? Just give a definitive answer. Therefore, you never vote for them to be president or support them if they were to become president, right?
If there is a man that goes into the woman's restroom or woman's dressing room, no, I would not vote for them.
And you wouldn't support them, right?
Okay, you're going to turn this on to Trump.
Imagine
correct?
It's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay. Not about that right now. I'm talking about these high school girls who are uncomfortable with another teenage boy being in the restroom with them.
So you're just not going to respond to that at all?
I was talking about this from the start. You were flipping it on the Trump.
Okay. Fine. We could talk about that, but let's just clear this up real quick. You don't support Trump, right?
I don't support some of his actions, no.
But you said that you wouldn't support a man as president if they had done what Trump just admitted to doing.
You were talking about a man who was dressed up as a woman or wanted to be a woman.
Okay.
Has Trump ever claimed to do that?
And they just like barge into the dressing room to then sexually exploit the women and girls inside, like actually sexually exploit the women and girls inside, then you don't care. Then it's not enough.
In that interview, did he say that he sexually exploited those women?
Yeah, he described sexual exploitation. He said that he would abuse his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself into the dressing room, and then he'd take advantage of the position of vulnerability that the women and girls inside of those spaces were in. Okay, they felt vulnerable enough to get naked, to take their clothes off and put new clothes on. In the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct, the unconsensual sexual conduct there would have been him looking at their naked body. So yes, he did sexually exploit them, indeed.
But you also did just say that they were comfortable enough for that to happen. Whereas these girls are not comfortable
enough to get naked in that space with the expectation only women and girls were allowed inside. Not with Trump inside.
Don't you think in some sort of terms, though, that Trump would have said that, hey, since I am the owner, I might be going in there? Not saying that's right. Not saying that's right at all. Okay. But knowing like that he is the owner,
So
don't you
you're
think
actually justifying it when it's Trump. What the hell? So when
No,
it's
I'm
just
not
a
saying
trans
it's right.
so when it's a trans woman trying to take a piss, it's the end of the world. But when it's Trump barging in there to literally look at the bodies of like women and girls.
I flat out said it wasn't right.
Trump perving on them is okay, but a trans woman
Yeah.
trying to fucking piss, that's the end of the world.
No, I know, like, this is crazy. This is so crazy. You just heard a clip of a man being like, yeah, I would barge in there, and they'd all be naked, and I'd look at their boobs, and I guess I kind of got away with it, and it's pretty funny. And you're like, meh, what if he actually told them first? Nah, what if he had their consent? Nah, what if they were okay with it? Well, first and foremost, underage girls can't consent, so when it fucking mattered, checkmate. And the point number two, the women at Miss USA didn't consent, even though they could have. Also, because that's what they told.
Can you check the age of consent in Wisconsin? Because you're saying if they're underage, they can't consent. But yeah.
What did you just say?
Just let him talk. Just let him talk real quick, Parker. Let him get like one more sentence out. Go ahead.
Because if the age of consent in Wisconsin is, can you check that quick? See what it is? Because I think it's 16.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that means that there are people who are, of age of consent.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're trying to say.
So what if the
with
age
that.
of consent was 14?
If the age of consent was 14, then there'd be more people being able to.
Well, like for instance, in the 80s, the age of consent in Georgia was 14 years old. And I mean, he owned these pageants in like the 80s and 90s. So if there's like 14 years old in there when he did this in Georgia, like it'd be fine. They did consent, like the 14-year-olds consent to Trump looking at them naked.
I don't know what you're trying to get from, like, I'm talking about.
I'm just simply asking you a question. Like, it's true that the age of consent in Georgia legally was 14 in the 80s. So if he did this at a pageant he owned in the 80s in Georgia and they're 14, do you think that the 14-year-olds could give him consent for that?
Well, considering that the age of consent was 14 at the time, technically, yes, they could give consent. What are you?
Well, that's a new one.
You're asking off of a technicality, so yes.
Wow.
No, do you personally think they can consent? Not with if the law says this, would that then mean that you personally think they can consent?
Why does it matter what I think? I don't have the power.
Why the fuck can you? Why can you not answer that question? That's a crazy thing.
No, because why? Like, I'm not in control. I don't make the laws, so it's not my choice if they can consent.
Yeah,
or
we're saying if you were, would you say that?
Well, I wouldn't make the age of consent 14 because.
What would you make it?
18.
Okay, so then just because it says that the age of consent is 16 in that area does not mean that you think that those girls could have consented to Donald Trump barging into the changing rooms while they're naked. That's crazy.
Why are we bringing this back on Trump? I'm talking about high schoolers still. And you guys have to bring up Trump. You just pivoted back to that. We are just clarifying that you actually apply these circumstances, that you're willing to say that you don't support Trump given that he did this himself, and you're willing to defend it when it's Trump. So again, a trans woman doing this is the end of the world, literally just going into there to pee. But you're saying that again, Donald Trump can do this to perv on little girls and women, and you're saying that's totally okay. No, I told you from the start I don't agree with him doing that, but I'm saying like you also do have to think about the possibilities because it's not just Trump who's doing things like that.
Okay. I don't know like why I need to make this point clear. The age of consent in the state is completely irrelevant to if somebody can give consent. That's all. Do you agree?
Why didn't you say that from the start, though? You have to bring everything back to Trump because.
Wait. Do you agree?
Can you restate the question?
A state's age of consent is completely irrelevant to the question, can a person give consent?
Yes, I agree that, but that was not my.
So then, why were you bringing up a state's age of consent?
Because I was trying to make a point, but then you brought everything back to Trump again,
point?
So I couldn't make my point.
What was the point?
I'm still trying to talk about these high school girls.
No, you said this in response to what Trump did. You brought up 16.
You brought up Trump.
And you brought up in response to point talking about the age of consent. What was the point? Why did you bring up? Like,
you brought up something about age of consent. I wouldn't have just brought it up. You had said something. I was
brought that up, my friend.
Yes, but you had started it. I was going to make a point off of it. I can't remember now because you
don't remember the point.
Because you keep going off on Trump when I'm trying to talk about these high school students.
I think that you remember the point.
Actually, I do not. If you could restate it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, we talked about how Donald Trump would sexually exploit women and girls.
But I'm not trying to talk about Trump.
Their dressing rooms.
I'm not trying to talk about Trump.
And then the
right
first
now.
thing that you say in response is, well, technically, the age of consent's 14. And that's
that was you. You said the age of consent was 14.
That's a question that I asked you. If the age of consent were to be 14 in Georgia in the 80s, which it was, and he was to own pageants in the 80s in this state, would that have changed anything? That's what you were arguing, that it does change anything. I don't think it does at all. What does it change?
Are you sure that's what I was arguing? Because, I mean...
Well, that's what I'm asking
again,
right now. I'm trying to get you to tell us the point.
I'm trying to get back to my main point,
well, I think that you're running away.
About these
I think that you're quite frankly, I think that you're fucking running away right now. And if your main point wasn't why you support Trump, okay, then you came up here to argue point irrespective and irrelevant to the stream. So go ahead and answer the question, please. Why did you bring up legal age of consent being 16 in the state, and then you even said that, yeah, technically this point would apply to Georgia in the 80s when the age of consent was 14. Like, what was the point there?
Because you were talking about how these girls in the high school cannot give consent, but I was going to say how the age of consent is 16, so yes, some of the girls can give consent.
No, they can't give consent, you lunatic. Fuck no. No! No! 16-year-olds cannot give consent.
How can they not? If the age of no,
you fucking hear yourself, dude. You are so
because
crazy,
if the
bro.
age of consent is 16, does that not mean that they can't give consent?
That does not mean that they can give consent. If the age of consent was 12, could a 12-year-old consent to sex?
Genuine question.
Answer my question. If the legal age of consent was 12,
answer my question first, and then I will answer
sex?
that question because I'm confused I'm confused then on the law, because if the age of consent does not mean that that person can give consent, then what does it mean?
It means that sick people in society, like you and including you, think that they could give consent.
So when I was 16, I couldn't give consent.
Yeah, I don't think that you could consent to sexual intercourse at 16 now.
Why? Okay, can I ask why you don't think that?
Because I don't think that 16-year-olds have cognitive function that is developed to a point of a demonstration of the level of rationality required to possess and inform consent surrounding what sex is and what it leads to in order to opt into engaging in it willingly.
Okay, so then do you think that age of consent should be brought up to 25? Because that's when your brain stops like growing in that sense.
Wait, I'm having a debate about age of consent right now?
I just asked if you wanted me to. No.
Like
I asked if you thought.
I'm having a debate if you could fuck a 16-year-old. What is this? You're sick, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Did I ever say that I was going to fuck a 16-year-old?
Oh my, not to know if you could fuck a 16-year-old. Dude! Whoa! What are we doing? Listen, I'm laughing at it not because it's funny, but more so as a very uncomfortable response to how insane this is. I don't want anybody watching to think that this is funny, okay? Because this is the product of the indoctrination into this culture of the normalization of P3-ophilia and sexualization of children in an attempt to permiss and or justify the actions of the people in the Epstein files, or B, the cover-up of the actions of the people in the Epstein files being perpetuated by not just our government, but the governments across the world. Okay? So no, I don't think that a 16-year-old can consent to sex. You said, oh, so I couldn't consent when I was 16. No, you couldn't. Okay? Right? You couldn't. No. Listen, I understand that if you have like two 16-year-olds or like a relatively smaller age gap, okay, that it's not something we look at and we like say, oh my God, they raped each other. Okay, because they have very similar levels of rational faculties. So we don't really use the word rape and rapists when we're talking about like two 16-year-olds, for instance, under like typical scenarios engaging in sex. Like we don't use that language. Okay, we don't use that language. Okay, right? That in like relatively like small age gaps. But yeah, when we're talking about, you know, like Trump, who at the time was 50s, 60s, walking into the dressing rooms of the teens at Miss Teen USA who were as young as 15, that was absolutely without consent. Dude, oh my God, we're exposing so many people over on YouTube right now. Somebody says, Dean is full of shit here. Now, that last guess, just to clarify, because he was asking a question, and this is an important one, was saying like, well, that's not what it means when we're talking about the legal age of consent. So even if something is true legally, doesn't mean that it's actually true. Like, just because the law says that like 15-year-olds can consent to sex doesn't mean that 15-year-olds can actually consent to sex. No, that can't happen. And by the way, he left. I'm sorry. I'm just like still kind of wrapping my head around that. That's crazy. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. We got Cassie Hooper loading up into the box. That was a lot. Okay. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Okay, I appreciate you for coming up. We are just looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, please, and thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please, and thank you. Let's go get the next guest loaded up in here right now. All right, we got Cooper J loading up in. Hi, Cooper. Do you support Trump?
Play Farm Sim, please, Dean and Parker.
Okay, please stop it. Moving on to the next guest right now. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Certified Trendsetter connecting to the stream. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Echo? Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on with this guy's mic. It's pretty bad. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Moving on to the next guest. Bro. Why are they... Dude, there's like people in the comment section that are scaring me. Somebody on TikTok just said if they choose to engage in that action, then they can and they are consenting. I don't think that 12-year-olds can make an informed decision to choose to engage in sex. I hope that's not controversial, y'all. Shouldn't be. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest. Do you support Trump?
I did not request up.
No worries. You take care. We're going to go and hop on to that next conversation right now. We got Johnny Likely loading up into the box. Parker, how you doing?
Doing all right. It's taking you forever to get some debates in here, man. I feel really bad for you, bro. This is absurd.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like, I don't know. The streams have become a lot less fun because of it. You know, it's like I have to spend like 45 minutes looking for a single Trump supporter to debate in between conversations. Hello and welcome in. Do you support Trump? CJ?
How do I leave?
Okay,
Hold on.
bye. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to support Trump, please, and thank you. We got Gray loading up into the box. Only up inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump, please. Thank you. Gray, do you support Trump?
Just wanted to say I appreciate you, Dean.
I appreciate you too, Gray, but I will ask you to please respect the rules of the live. But thank you. Let's go and move on to the next guest, Brandon. Hi, do you support Trump, Brandon? Brandon, you have...
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
I don't know how I got in here. I do. Yeah, why not? I don't know how I got in here, though.
You might have
Hold on.
accidentally hopped inside of the queue. Do you want to talk? Do you want to debate, or do you want me to send you back down to the comments
I don't
section?
do debates. I don't even know who you are. Hold on. I got to get out of here.
I got you, Brandon. There you go. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Please make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, please. Moving on to the next guest.
How long have you been on stream?
2 hours.
And how many debates have you had?
2.
Oh.
Hi, do you support
I did
Trump?
not mean to join. I'm sorry, y'all.
Dude, that's
Follow
crazy.
rules.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's not that fun. Moving on to the next guest. Hello, do you support Trump?
I love you. Sorry. Damn.
Moving on to the next guest. Hi, do you support Trump?
Get a job, faggot.
Moving on. We got Space Cowboy loading up into the box.
Dean
support
X
Trump?
Parker Yahweh, make it official.
Please follow the rules of the stream. Moving on to the next guest. Do you support Trump?
Fuck you, dumb nigger.
Please follow the rules of the stream and stop slurring. Moving on to the next guest. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds to respond. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moving on. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Hi, do you support
Hi,
Trump?
Dean. Will you debate? Yeah, my dad does. Will you debate my dad? He's right here.
One moment. I would, but your account has personally identified information about you, and I'm gonna assume that you're underage. So, you're not breaking the rules. You're technically not breaking the rules. I'm just choosing to move on, just because, like I said, your account has a lot of information about you, and you are underage, and I just want to, promote minor safety on this live, even though it wouldn't be technically you debating on your account. So, just gonna move on to the next guest. Feel free, by the way, last guest, to make another account that doesn't have any information about you.
Hi, Dean.
And hop onto that, and then hop into that queue. Hi, how old are you?
Hi. I'm sorry, I'm 21.
What year are you born in?
2004, August 30th.
Do you work a job?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Currently, I'm doing...
Yeah, she left. Moving on to the next guest. Hi, do you support Trump?
Hi, probably over Kamala.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump over Kamala Harris?
When it comes to abortion, yeah.
Okay, but like overall, do you support the Trump administration?
The Trump administration, as it currently is now. I mean, like, I have critiques on it, but I mean, I think the abortion's like one of the...
Okay. We're looking to debate people and why they support Trump. That's kind of the question that's on top of my head, so. Moving on to the next guest. Oh, my God, bro. Do you support Trump, Tay? You have 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Moving on to the next guest. We got Andrew joining the live. Do you support Trump?
Why do you look so sad, bro?
I'm not sad, man. I'm just bored, honestly. Do you support Trump? You have 5 seconds to respond.
Listen, hope you have a good night, man.
Bro, what are we doing? Alright, guys. We're only looking to talk to people that support Trump as president. Like, that's the point of the live. Like, I don't, like, I could only, like, tell y'all so many times what the point of the live is. We wanted
Mexico loves you, Dean. Mexico loves you.
B-Top, love you too, man. But
Mexico loves you, man.
Not the time, B-Top. Point of the live is to debate people that support Trump. That's it. That's the point of these live streams. So only join in the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump. It's kind of it, guys. If you're up here for any other reason, it's just you're gonna be taken down. So, hi, do you support Trump?
Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, nigga, fuck.
Coach Maddie, do you support Trump?
Yes, in some respects.
Knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to November of 2024, would you vote for Trump?
Knowing everything, I would not vote for Kamala Harris, but I wouldn't vote for Trump either. So you...
I mean, this is horrible, man. I'm so sorry, dude. This is the worst. I don't think I've ever seen it this bad, man. But you're like 2 hours in the stream, dude. How long has it been since we've had a guest? Holy shit, dude. I'm sorry. Like, there's no way. Okay. Everyone, like, by the way, at this point, we know you're rage baiting him. There's no way you can be watching the stream and you're like, I'm just going to send a guest request. Like, I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. Okay. Please just let him be for a second. Let him get a debate. Okay. Please. Can you hop out of the guest request in the bottom where you see the two people if you see it's gray, and you don't meet the criteria, right? Like if you aren't a Trump supporter, if you are an adult, don't fucking send a guest request, please. We are just looking for some debates. I don't know how you're having fun. I don't know how they're having fun. Like, I genuinely don't understand.
As annoying as it is, as boring as it is, it's also a really good sign. Like my own rage bait aside, this is when I usually go, oh, all the Trump supporters are scared to debate me, to try to rage bait people into joining the queue. There's just not that many left, dude. Like, the day that I'm unable to get a debate is kind of the day that my job is done. Listen, guys, I want to take a quick break from getting people up from the queue just to thank a couple donors. I kind of need that for my mental health. I just need 5 seconds to forget the fact that no one will listen to me. AKD, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says Dean 1 looks like. Dude, I know, it looks like it, man. It just looks like MAGA's, actually defeated, I guess. At least, here. Maybe, all Trump supporters ever just signed this pact that, they're actually not going to join my live stream again, because every time one of them does, it just ends up making their side of the aisle look really bad. A couple other people I'd like to thank here real quick over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $15. Caroline, I appreciate you, Caroline. Let's get 150 Caroline W's. And then Aaron, thank you so much for the $10, who says, stay strong, Dean. I know today sucks, but take a look at it on the brighter side. Yeah, we were just talking about that brighter side, man. There is a bright side. Thank you for the $10. And then Tracy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. He says, hey, Dean, Dead Fish Lady set up an account to bash you and Parker. She kicked me for sticking up for you both. Yeah, she's a troll. Don't give her your time or attention, Tracy. Thank you for the $20. Show some up to Tracy. And then Riley, thank you so much for the $20. He says, hey, Dean, loving the stream so far. Sorry about the trolls. I really enjoy your content and how you keep people informed. Thank you, Riley. Show some up to Riley. And then Anthony Shannon, thank you all for the 5. Kirsten and Anthony, thank you all for the 5. And Julie, thank you for the 5. Holly, thank you for the 6. And then Stein, thank you so much for the $10. Show some up to Stein. It looks like we're all caught up over there on PayPal. Let's quickly catch up on Venmo. Lily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Kelly with the $10. She says, might be nice to take the night off and decompress with a nice dinner with a girlfriend. I know, right? That's looking real enticing. Appreciate you for the $10, Kelly. Then Alice, thank you for the $15 and happy birthday. Show some love to Alice down below. Thank you so much for the $15. And Hannah, thank you so much for the $25 as well, who says, I go on an average of 4 flights a week, and your stream really helps me get through these long, boring flights. I watched your stream from yesterday during my 5-hour flight today. Thank you for what you do, and I hope you feel better. Dude, I know whenever I'm traveling anywhere, I love listening to Parker, because you're right, it truly does make the day go by faster. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Hannah. And then Abby, thank you for the $16. I'm going to go ahead and keep your message to myself, but just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Abby. And then let's see here. Ivy, thank you for the $12 over on PayPal. And then Brittany, thank you for the $20, who says, again, thank you for what you do. Don't get discouraged. I have you to thank for getting my family back because they've changed their minds due to you. Bro, Brittany, I fucking love that. I think that you've shared that with me before. It literally makes me so happy, and it just makes everything that we do here worth it. It really does make every single thing that we do here worth it. 110%. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could actually find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and handles also at the top of the phone screen. Hi, do you support Trump?
It is Donald Trump, quite frankly.
Okay. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but follow the rules. Preferably, y'all understand that we've been doing this for an hour, right? Actually. Come on. Come on. Moving on to the next guest. Hi, Zach. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. We talked before about ICE, and you changed my mind, actually. I wanted you to change my mind more to not support him.
Yeah, sure, man. I'm going to be a little bit of a negative person here for a little bit because I'm a little bit pissed off from the last hour. Trust me, it's not anything directed towards you, and I'll eventually acclimate to, being back in the groove of debates. But, yeah, take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
So I keep hearing you say about, the manufacturing going down in America. And I just wanted to get your reason on why you think it is because of Trump.
Yeah, I think that manufacturing in America is going down because of a combination of factors onset by his tariffs, unstable geopolitical foreign relations, and then mass deportation.
And you said that also has to do with the tariffs that we're putting on?
Yeah.
Well, he was putting on. I just feel like that's kind of unfair for some parts of the manufacturing area because I'm a machinist myself, and I make aerospace and defense parts, and we can't buy material from China or certain countries, so that really wouldn't affect that part of the manufacturing trades.
Yeah, I doubt that the very specific industry of aerospace and defense is unaffected by his tariffs.
Because I feel like that's been booming a lot, and that's one reason why I support Trump, because he is bringing those contracts in and securing more because he's spending more.
Spending more in aerospace? I'm not sure that he's spending more in aerospace. I mean, I know that he created the Space Force, but that was just a reallocation of funding from the Navy.
Like defense contracts.
Oh, yeah, like increasing the DoD. So you support Trump because he's increasing the DoD budget.
He's giving me more overtime.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I think that we should probably focus more on like free healthcare. Probably focus more on the average American. You know, we already fund our government $1 trillion per year. If we cut that in half, we'd still be funding our government $100 billion more per year than the second runner-up. I think that there's other more important things that we should be focusing on. Because sure, he is increasing the DoD budget, and he seems to be fucking over everyone else, except for those that work in the Department of Defense.
All right, well, that's all I got. Thank you. Sorry for all you're going through up there.
Oh, that's all you got?
Yeah.
No?
Oh, no.
So we found one person to talk to for 2 minutes. That's great.
Oh, God. I'm sorry, Dean. I'm sorry, dude. I was like, I don't know how much longer I can handle this as a guest, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It's crazy, man.
That's just great, man. Hi, Kins. Do you
Hello?
support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
19,
What year were you born in?
2006,
What month?
March.
Oh, I'm literally yawning over here because of how boring this shit is.
Bro, I yawned the same time you did.
Yeah, dude, insanity. Okay, so tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Authoritarian Diaper Donald.
So, honestly, the reason I support Trump is I don't, and fuck guys, fuck Trump, baddies, fuck Trump.
Why? Moving on to the next guest. Okay, we got Fish Guy loading up in. I'm just wasting my time, dude. This is like legitimately like a waste of time.
This has been brutal, bro.
Like, yeah, man. I like literally like the last 40 minutes has not been more productive than me just sitting in the same chair I am now, staring at my wall, watching the paint dry.
Yeah, the most productive thing that I've been doing while doing this has been playing video games. At least I've had some progression. Okay?
Yeah, I was getting like, dude, that's actually more. You playing video games is more productive than this live stream right now. Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Why do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Fish Guy?
So I believe that it is best to get illegal immigrants who are causing harm in America out of the country. And, yeah.
Yeah, so how are undocumented immigrants causing harm?
Say, what's her name? That one girl that got stabbed on the bus back in, what was that? Like
Okay,
late
so
2025?
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to wait, in 2025, that's under Trump's administration.
So, hey, 2025 is under Trump. Are you talking about Irina?
Yeah.
So, in this situation, she was the immigrant. You know that, right?
Well, wasn't the person who stabbed her an immigrant?
No, I don't think so, no.
Oh, okay.
Like the victim of the violent crime was an immigrant. The perpetuator of the violent crime was a citizen.
Okay, I must have mixed that around. Sorry.
Okay, so you're trying to give me an example of a citizen killing an immigrant, as a way to justify your thesis that immigrants are violent?
Never mind. Sorry.
Well, now, how about this? Citizens are harmful to this country, and my argument is this example of a citizen killing an immigrant.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Sorry about that.
Do you think that argument follows?
No, I don't.
So then why would the inverse follow? I think he might be leaving. No, he's back. Yay! You didn't run. No, you left again. Oh man. I think the reason why we can't get
This is what I was gonna say. I was like, this is why you don't have debate scene.
This is why we oh my god. This is why we don't have this is why we don't have debates, dude. It's like it's just I'm going too hard on him. Maybe I need to soften the blows a little bit.
You should like turn it down a little bit. Turn the dial down, Dean. You know, maybe it'll keep them in here, you know?
Yeah, maybe if I just turn the dial down a little bit, people will actually be willing to debate me. You know, just like gag them real quick, and then they,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah, you're scaring them too much, Dean. You're scaring them a little bit too much.
I think that's what it is. I think that I'm scaring the Trump supporters like just a little too much, man. Scaring them a little too much, dude. We're gonna move on to the next guest, Zane, y'all. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Monica, thank you. Show some love to Monica down below. Who says, about the quote-unquote clear border, many in northern Mexico used to regularly shop in McAllen. Now we're scared of being racially profiled, so families just don't go. I don't know if that could be good for the economy. Love for Mexico. No, that's exactly what I say. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of people that are just no longer coming into this country, regardless of its legal immigration, undocumented immigration, or tourism. Okay, because they're scared of the heinous human rights abuse that we've seen unfold. Okay, here at home in America. Moving on to the next guest, we got Jay Sold Up into the box, guys. Only hop inside of the queue of your MAGA. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo or my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube. Or the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2007, March. I turned 19 soon.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people that I'll pass you that mic. Let's see here. We have two more. Ava, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, hey, Dean, I've been a fan for a while, but I unfortunately have a MAGA mom. Love you. Dude, you need to get her up on that stream, Ava. Thank you for the $5. And then Ray, thank you so much for the $10, who says, it does genuinely get hard to watch with so many trolls. No, I get it, Ray. I get it. You know, like that definitely causes a lot of people to click out just because there's no real point of even being here. So I get it. Don't worry. I get it. Caroline, thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, I know you're probably annoyed right now, and I'm probably adding to it. I'd love to see... No, you don't never say that, Caroline. Thank you for the $10. I'd love to see a stream from you with people outside of the U.S. about how Trump is good or bad. You know, I'll have like an international conversation every so often, but like they usually suck because they're usually like really uninformed, okay? If you're not from America and you support Trump, it's like 99% of its scenarios because you're very uninformed. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, my friend. Jose with the 20 says, Dean, really love you down in Deep Red, Texas. Don't stop it if you ever need security anywhere. I'm here for you. And Parker. Oh, thank you so much, man. Shout out to Jose. I'll have to hit you up if I ever find my way back to Texas. So Jace, go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Can I ask you a question first?
Yeah, but I'd preferably like to hear an argument why you support Trump.
All right. Well, my question is, did you go to your barber shop and ask your barber to fuck you up?
Yes. So now why do you support Trump?
You did?
Yeah, I just asked them to really fuck me up and, just kind of do whatever they want.
Yes,
I took out a piece of paper, I drew a scribble, and then I had like a toddler take a marker and kind of add to the scribble, and then I crumpled it up, flattened it, ironed it, and gave it to the barber and told him to fuck me up. But no, why do you support Trump?
No, that's all I had to say. And Parker, don't think I see you down there.
But I think that you're kind of running away now.
Because I don't think I see you down there.
Because obviously, like, you do support Trump. I think the reason why you likely want to leave the live right now because you got a reaction. To, your attempt at a roast.
Yeah, I'm not even 18
Not
either, bro.
expected.
Is that a good lie?
Oh yeah, there you go, man. You know how to get disconnected. There you go. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. There's somebody in the queue who I know to be a Trump supporter.
Yeah, I saw them. Yeah.
You kind of ignore them, yeah. Gotta give them a little bit of a side eye. They're kind of crazy. Lisa, thank you so much for the $10
Kinda.
over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you, Lisa.
Join.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
Nigga, please.
And banned. Moving on to the next guest. I guess we're at it for now an hour and a half. This may be the most unproductive stream I've ever hosted.
Yeah, I genuinely have to get off here in 15 minutes or so.
Yeah,
Hello?
I get ya. Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
26.
What year were you born in?
June.
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and ban them. Moving on to the next guest, O'Brien. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA, please. Thank you. Bro, why is there so many people watching right now? How the fuck do we have 6,000
Yeah, we're
people on
literally
YouTube
just chilling.
at 14,000? This is the most boring stream ever. If I was a viewer, I would have clicked out an hour ago. So thank you guys. You guys are cool.
Yeah,
What,
we
do you
appreciate
support
you
Trump?
just hanging out with us, we're just living life together at this point.
Yeah, you guys are cool. Welcome in, O'Brien. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
January 17th, 2008.
You just turned 18. Holy cow. So, why do you support Trump?
Well, for one, he's, in my opinion, I grew up with two very big Republicans, and they believe in Trump. So, growing up into that, it made me believe in Trump, basically. So,
Okay,
I
so
hear a
there's
lot of good
racism
stuff about
planted
him.
on you.
But
by
then,
your parents?
yeah, I hear a lot of good stuff about him, like how he finished the border, how he's actually doing a lot of good stuff for this country. But TikTok and then listening to you I don't know, I just want more information about it.
Yeah, man, if you're looking for more information about why you shouldn't support Trump as president, then I'd highly recommend watching the live stream, because I think that is a very good tool that you could use to kind of hear me out and for my thoughts and whatnot. But I don't think that you necessarily fit the role of somebody who should be debating me on the live stream. But I appreciate you for being open-minded, and I hope that by watching the live stream, we are able to help inform you a little bit more, teach you something that you didn't know, and are able to take some educational value out of what we do here. Welcome in, Bryant. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, are you driving?
I am actually.
Dude, we're cooked.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Holy cow, dude. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I'm French, and
I hope you have a good rest of your day, all right? We're just looking for Trump supporters. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Just Trump supporters. Be quiet. Just Trump supporters. Laney, thank you for the galaxy. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
What year are you born in?
2006.
What time is it?
What time is it? It's 05.
5 in the morning?
No, 5 in the evening. Or 5:18.
What state are you in?
I'm in Florida.
What?
It's actually 7 in the evening over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a liar. You're a liar, quite frankly.
Dean, I think I'm giving up.
Yeah,
I
bro.
think I think I'm giving up, dude.
Yeah, bro, you're good. Just give up.
I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, man.
I get you, no, bro. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it.
Hey, bro. I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck. I'm gonna be praying to pieces that it's gonna work a little bit better.
Thank you, Parker. I really appreciate it.
It will work a lot
I'll
better, and I won't ask you to use the blanket this
I'll do it
time.
before.
You remember me now?
Are you the blanket lady?
I'm one of the blanket ladies, yes.
Oh, yeah, I do remember you. I do remember.
But I've
One second,
since watched.
He's praying to Pieces. Give him a moment.
Pieces has heard your statements and your thoughts and prayers. Alrighty. I love y'all. Have a good night.
Have a good one, Parker. I appreciate you for coming up. Guys, I am barely holding it together right now. Hi.
Me too, Dean. Me too.
Do you support Trump?
Not anymore. You should be happy for me.
I am. I am very
Yes.
happy for you. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. And I hope that you have a good rest of your night, Fleetwood Mama. I'm very happy for you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. I don't know what to say, guys. Do you support Trump, Mark?
Glory to Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel.
Moving on to the next guest, Carl. Do you support Trump, Carl? Carl? No? Guys, we're about to just end, dude. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. We're about there. We're about there, folks. We're about there. We're really close. We're just about there. Do you support Trump? No? Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Only opposite side of that queue. If you support Trump, follow the goddamn rules. What are you doing? Only opposite side of that queue. If you support Trump. We got JJ loading up into the box. Do you support Trump?
Nope. Watching from the UK. Disgusted by it all.
Do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
To a certain extent. I did have a question. Your title says, how do you support Trump, or how do you still support Trump?
Yeah, knowing everything
So-
that you do now, if you were teleported back to November of 2024, would you vote for Trump?
Given the options at the time, probably the best option we had at that moment.
Okay.
I don't support him as a person. I don't support him as a person. However, I do support the idea that a country has the right to its national sovereignty. Obviously, the way that they're going about it definitely needs reformance. However, I just think, like, at the end of the day, all of them lie to us, and that it really isn't anybody that we can trust. There is no perfect Democrat. There is no perfect Republican. So there are things, and maybe the mission or the overall picture that Trump is trying to push America to is probably get it. He wants to make it to where we make our own products in our own country so that we don't have to rely on other countries to buy said products. No, that's one of the visions. Given we don't support how he's going about it. However, the mission or the vision of itself, having and making products in our own country and supplying that for ourselves, not relying on other nations to do it, I don't see that that's a problem. I think other countries do have their own immigration laws, yet nobody is tormenting them about their immigration laws. If Canada, let's say our border on Canada's side, if our border on Canada's side was just as bad as the border on Mexico's side, I think this would be a different conversation. I think immigration and ICE would be moving and documenting or checking everybody's ID for that matter. Do we have that same issue with Canada's border? If not, then that's probably why we don't hear about it. If so, then that's also another issue we need to bring up. So I just think like overall, we cannot just rely on left or right at this moment. Like, to be fair, we gotta understand and be mature enough to be like, we can't even trust at this point, given everything that we know now, that we weren't even just being lied to in the beginning. Like, how can we even trust that all the things that we've learned and all the things that we are learning now are even true? And that's like the big thing. We have to take everything that we learn with a grain of salt. We cannot be just standing firm on a thing that we heard, or, oh, because somebody said this and somebody said that, or it's stated here. I mean, even FBI files have like tips, but even those tips are just part of an investigation. It cannot be proven otherwise, other than hearsay. And this is like what, I mean, given it's been proven no matter what. Oh, but if you lie to the law, then you get in trouble. Shit, people do it all the fucking time. So it's like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I'm not saying that I support him and he should be our president. Maybe some of his things that and the movement he's trying to put our country in, I support. How they're going about it definitely needs reformance.
Okay. You spoke for a while. I don't really know what you were trying to say. You said something about the border and national sovereignty and ICE, but then you started talking about FBI 302 interview forms and lies. And then you're like, at the end of the day, I don't really support Trump as president, which is kind of contradictory to the very first thing that you said. And then we shouldn't believe anything that we hear. I listen, bro. Holy fuck. All right. My mind's already not in a good place, you know, because it's just been a handful of hours of debate of trolls and trolls and trolls and trolls. Okay, so but I'm like, I'm trying to do my best
that,
here.
and you know
I'm trying to do my best.
No,
here.
I get that.
So just to clarify, are you
Your
saying that you
question-
support Trump because you
your-
support his border security?
Now you gotta like, see, you guys are always trying to pinpoint like, no, whether yes or no you do or you don't.
Yeah, I'm
But you
trying
gotta
to
look in-
pinpoint the reasons
yeah.
why you support Trump. Yeah, that is what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Gold star.
Okay. And just the fact that you didn't understand where I'm coming from kind of just shows me that you're also not in the open-mindedness to have that conversation. So
My friend.
I guess this conversation,
my friend. I'm. It's not that I'm not understanding where you're coming from. It's that I just.
You literally just said that.
I just want to know where you're coming from. Okay. I'm
Exactly.
not. I didn't
No,
understand it.
exactly,
I just want
because
to
you're so-
know it. I just want to know what the reasons are
wouldn't
why
know
you support
because
Trump.
you're so closed-minded. You wouldn't know because you're so closed-minded.
But listen,
to hearing and believing everything that you're reading.
Make that judgment on if I'm open-minded or closed-minded after like I'm able to like comprehend why you support Trump. Like, listen, dude, just listen to me here. Let me talk. Let me cook. Okay, my mind and if it's opened or closed is not a part of this equation because right now the equation that we're trying to solve is just why you support Trump, not if I agree with why you support Trump. But just why you support Trump, regardless if I agree or disagree. Okay?
Okay, so one of the things he's trying to do, I would think, is make it to where we, okay, let's take, let me see. Let's take one issue. Let me see, what issue should we talk about? Maybe the manufacturing and the tariffs, about we're buying supplies from other countries. He doesn't want that to happen anymore. He wants it to where we can do it here. Do you not agree with that? Do you not agree with making manufacturing and keeping the income within the country?
Okay, well, the thing is that he's actually been terrible for American manufacturers. They've been in the shitter. Last year, 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies on record since 2009 during the peak of the Great Recession. Great Recession. That's what I meant to say. Yes. Not to mention that every single month after the imposition of his worldwide tariffs on Liberation Day, April 2nd, all right, we saw a declining amount of manufacturing jobs, which then led to the single worst annual jobs report that we've had in this country since 2003, ignoring recessions. Regardless if you like it or not, there is no better argument against the president's policy than what its outcomes were. And the outcomes of Donald Trump's economic reform in the last month and a year, year and a month is more so how I should say it, have been drastic. They've been terrible. They've not been beneficial. They've only hurt this country. They've only hurt this country's manufacturers. They've only hurt this country's laborers, and they've only hurt this country's people.
I see. Sorry, you said a whole bunch of things and you lost me in the middle of it. I was trying to keep up.
In summation, like it or not, the outcome of Trump's economic policy has been bad.
I think in general, the outcome of every fucking president we've had thus far, all of their outcomes fucking suck. We are literally finding out that we're being lied to by all of them. So literally, like, at this point, what can we do, right? What should we do moving forward if we are unhappy with this? Instead of trying to convince people why you're still supporting Trump, we need to support another one.
What you just said was not true. The outcomes of the Biden-Harris administration's domestic policy was actually really good. Okay, but that's not relevant to why you should support Trump, because keep in mind you're telling me that you support Trump because you thought his tariffs were beneficial to this country. I explained to you how they're actually not beneficial to this country and they serve a detriment to this country, and I was able to give you a very great argument insofar as why. At that moment in time, you then conceded that the tariffs are not beneficial to the country, agree that they're bad, but then just said all other presidents have also been bad, therefore you still support Trump. Ma'am, are you okay?
No, I'm good. You just got my gears turning, okay? And this is the thing. I am not strict MAGA, like I support racist rapists, okay? Like I said, I support some of the things that, like, the vision he's trying to put at. And I get that the argument is like, okay, well, I just wanted you here whether you want or not. I just wanted to have this back and forth conversation. Obviously, you're barely getting any conversations at all. So I figured something like this would be entertaining, whether it's instead of people coming on here and trolling. No.
Right, here's the next part, okay? He had to get in the Oval Office somehow. He had to get in the White House somehow. So he had to promise you a vision that you thought you agreed with, like the golden age of the American economy, the comeback of the dollar, and prosperity for all, okay? Because if he didn't run on the golden age of the American economy, the value of the dollar and prosperity for all, he wouldn't have gotten a single damn vote, okay? And that's a vision that he preached that you're saying you like. Okay, but that's not what he does once he has the Oval Office. He has used the Oval Office not as a weapon or an instrument for the betterment of the people, but more so a weapon to politically persecute those in which he politically disagrees with, and to rain down terror and horror upon his described enemy of the day. Okay, we've seen him abuse the DOJ to falsely indict his political opponents like Letitia James, James Comey, and many more. Before Donald Trump's second term, the DOJ had a successful prosecution rate of 99.5% since Donald Trump's second term has started. That's gone down to 66% because of how he's been weaponizing it. Okay, not to mention, he has infringed upon, our checks and balances and integral constitutional values in an attempt to consolidate power himself to do whatever the hell he wants, like to get people the hell off TV that say he's a bad president. Now it's apparently illegal to criticize him in the media. Those are his words, not mine. Okay, or to exercise power and control for no other reason than the exertion of power and control by threatening to invade our allies and putting NATO on the line just to back down and submit like a good boy. All right, he's a fool. He's an absolute fool that wants power. He's an absolute fool that wants money. He's an absolute fool that wants.
Stop! Don't touch that! Don't touch that! Stop! Don't touch that!
Okay, I think that she had a really good reason to leave. I think that she had a very good reason to leave. We don't know specifically what that reason is, but I think she had a really good one. So we're just going to move on to the next guest. Only op inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. One person in the chat said it's an excuse. I'll err on the side of caution and say it wasn't an excuse. But that's pretty interesting that she left the live. I'd say that there is some data to represent that it could have been an excuse to leave because she left the live. I feel like if my child was about to grab something that they are not supposed to grab, I wouldn't look at my phone, click on my profile, then click the X to leave the live, then click confirm to leave the live. I'd maybe swipe out of the app, throw that shit down, and go get the kid. But anyways, regardless of that, welcome in user. Do you support Trump?
I do, Dean. very
How are you?
much. And how are you?
Doing all right. How old are you?
I am 35.
All right, man. Give me a second here. Just thank a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic. Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Omega Star, who says hearsay is different than testimony. We have a lot of very credible testimony against Trump, especially in the Epstein files that we had released to us a couple weeks ago, man. It is bad. Thank you so much for the $20, Omega Star. Please do show some love to Omega down below. As well as over on PayPal, Shannon, thank you for the $5. Mackenzie with the 3. Amy, thank you for the 5. Then Isabella, thank you for the 5. I appreciate y'all. Over on Venmo, Laura, thank you so much for the $5. And then Brianna, thank you so much for the $20. He says, sorry the trolls suck. Shout out to you, by the way. Watching your lives gave me the courage to speak out as a public comment on permits for 41 turbines for Musk's XAI data center outside of my community. Well, good for you. Good for you, Brianna. I appreciate you so much for the $20, and I'm happy that I could help you find your voice. And then Bethany, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, while we're waiting between trolls, do you mind sharing Tallarico versus Crockett for us Texans? I've heard concerns about Crockett and heard accusations to those who like tea. Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I've listened to what James Tallarico has to say. I'm a really big fan of him. I've also listened to what Jasmine Crockett has had to say. I'm a big fan of her. But I'm not in Texas. I'll have to look into it a little bit more. But all I know is I think I like them both. But really do like Tallarico, man. Holy. And then Peyton, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I just read your message, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for the $10, Peyton. And then Tabitha, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, come on, Dean, this means that you've done an amazing job. Just FYI, they painted over our sidewalks in Austin last night, caving from federal pressure. Please don't stop. Bro, I know, dude. Texas and Florida, they've been on this like revenge tour. By the way, he left. Of like painting over sidewalks and getting rid of the gay colors. Oh my god, just like wasting money, okay, to like literally like uproot roads. Not even just paint over. Get rid of the road. You know what I mean? Thank you for the galaxy as well. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest here, folks. We did have a Trump supporter connected to the live stream, but he left like super duper quickly. And then Scotty, thank you so much for the buy the glaciers. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Scotty. If you're watching and you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles also at the top of the phone screen. I appreciate y'all so much for bearing with us today while we're struggling to find Trump supporters to debate. It is definitely a rough day out there for sure. Delaney, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes,
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2004,
What month?
August 11th.
I don't know if I believe you, Delaney. Do you go to school? Do you work?
Yes, I work.
What do you do for work?
I work in a restaurant currently.
Really nice. How many hours?
About 6, maybe more. Like, I mean, like a day or like what do you mean by that?
Are you a full-time employee?
Yes,
So how many hours do you work a week?
probably about 30.
I think she's taking a guess. I think she's taking a guess. Like that's like pretty close to full time, but not it. Not it. And I don't know. I think that she just took a guess there. I think that she just took a guess there. I'm not gonna lie, folks. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do not. I'm 21. I was born.
Jamie, you take care. We are just looking for people who do. So we're going to move on to the next guest, y'all. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to support Trump, please. And thank you. Thank you. Let's go and move on to the next guest. We got Damon loading up into the box. User, appreciate you for the money again. Welcome in, Damon. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2006.
All right, why do you support Trump?
Well, do you know the Epstein files?
I'm familiar, yes.
I have one question about them.
Okay, you have a question about the Epstein files, sure.
Do you believe that Biden was a clone or a fake that they said in it?
No. That's crazy.
That's the only question I had to ask. Thank you.
Well, I want you to tell us why you support Trump, right? Don't run.
Oh, no, I'm not running. I'm sorry, I was lying. I do not support Trump.
Okay, but don't lie. Now because of that, no more questions. We're only debates. Moving on to the next guest, folks. How do you support Trump, Teddy?
I'm 2 years old.
You sound it. Yeah. Very informative. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest. Hello,
All
Rob.
right. Yeah, Dean. Thanks for having me. I wish Parker was still here. This would be
Yeah.
an easy, uncontested layup.
Oh, you're going to get an
I
easy
support
uncontested
Trump.
layup on me. Really?
Yes, you know I support Trump.
Yeah, why?
Well, he's the best president since Ronald Reagan.
Okay, that's some bullshit.
No, it's totally true.
Okay, well, I mean, that's not how the average American feels. You know, you're like the fourth Trump supporter in the last 3 hours. The reason why is because people are running away from MAGA at a speed I've never seen before. Because not only is Trump destroying our economy, okay, putting people out of work, 1.3 million layoffs last year, shutting companies down, most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2009 last year. But then we also have this massive scandal to do with the Epstein files and breaking the law to prevent the release. I mean, you know, now the DOJ is saying, oh, we have 3 million more documents, but you're never going to see them, even though the law requires them to release them. We see them.
He has
illegally redacting
released
the names of the
the
co-conspirators
files.
and the. No, he hasn't. No. There's 3 million
And
more to
no,
go, and which
it
he's
has
refusing
not
to
been
release.
charged with anything.
Yeah, just like the other co-conspirators in the Epstein files, right?
Yes, he was. If he was there, it was undercover as
No. Answer my question here.
undercover agent.
Name one co-conspirator that has been charged in the Epstein case outside of Andrew.
I don't know of anybody that's been charged.
Okay.
I just know
so-
he
so-
hasn't been charged.
So Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell kind of acted alone?
No, Bill.
Oh, but they haven't been charged.
Clinton was there.
Oh, was Bill Clinton charged?
No, he hasn't.
Oh,
been
but I thought
charged.
you said obviously Trump is innocent because he hasn't been charged.
Well, to be guilty, you have to be charged.
Okay, but you just said that Bill Clinton was
You
guilty
have to
without being
have
charged.
your day in court.
You just said that Bill Clinton was guilty without being charged. Seems like
I'm just
you're
saying
contradicting
he
your
is
own,
as
terrible standard
guilty
of
as
evidence.
Trump is.
Oh, but you said that Bill Clinton was there, therefore Trump was there?
Yeah, and Prince Andrew was there.
Oh, no. You said that Bill Clinton is just as guilty as Trump, but you did say that Bill Clinton was there, therefore you think that Trump was there too, right?
Yeah, but Trump was undercover.
Oh, so he was undercover. Where was that in
And
the Epstein
Trump
files?
kicked him
Wait,
out of
Wait,
Mar-a-Lago.
one second. Where is that in the Epstein files that Trump was undercover?
I just heard it.
Oh, it's not in the Epstein files?
No, they've been released.
Oh.
But that part hasn't been released to the public yet.
Oh, wait. So
and-
wait. So you're telling me that the Trump administration would release a letter to the public where Jeffrey Epstein is saying that Donald Trump likes him young just like himself, but they're not going to release a document that says that Donald Trump was an undercover FBI informant? No way. I don't buy it.
Yes, he was way undercover.
Really? According to whom?
According to the New York Times.
Oh, the New York
The
Times definitely hasn't said
AJC.
that. No, one moment. You said the New York
Sure.
Times. No. You said the New York Times. What's the name of the New York Times
Yeah, and
article
by
that
the
says that Trump was
way,
undercover?
my Cash App is in my bio.
Oh, grifty.
I don't
Stop the
accept
grift. Stop the grift.
food stamps.
Stop the grift. Stop the grift. My Venmo, my PayPal are my bio too. Grift to me, not him.
Yeah, so...
But now answer the
there-
question seriously. What is the name of the New York Times article, okay, that says that Donald Trump was an undercover FBI informant for Epstein?
I'm just saying.
I just
heard
want to know the
this.
title of the article.
I don't have it, like...
Oh, man, how do you know
close
that?
by
So
or
how do you know that
anything.
they? How do you know that
I
they
just
made a
have it in
publication
my
on the subject
head.
matter?
I just have it in my head.
Okay, it seems like you have a lot of things in your head that aren't
But
necessarily true.
But
So
to be honest with you, there are so many Trump haters out there. They're ready to just throw him under the bus, and people just call me a racist just because I'm white. And
Okay.
I support Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was accused of raping women that came out 30 years later. just like the files. Those are beyond the statute of limitations. So it shouldn't even be an issue right now.
You said that you support Bill Cosby.
Yes, I am not a racist in any kind of way.
So 1 moment. Bill Cosby was found guilty of 3 counts of aggravated indecent assault for drugging and then sexually assaulting former Temple University employee Andrea Costin. And you said that you support that guy?
Well, like 30 women came out after that. He settled in civil court because he didn't even want to go through the whole thing.
No. He literally admitted to buying sedatives to give to the woman that he wanted to have sex with. He admitted to that.
Well,
and you support him?
Probably.
Bill Cosby admitted to buying the sedatives to give to the woman.
Well, he had enough money to just get the whole thing thrown out.
No.
So,
well, 1 second. Go ahead.
If 30 years later, all of a sudden, one woman settles in civil court,
the reason why the reason why Cosby's conviction was overturned had nothing to do with the evidence. Okay, it was all to do with the legal and procedural issues with how the prosecutors obtained and used the evidence. Do you know that?
Okay.
Yeah. You know how I just like told you that Bill Cosby like admitted to buying sedatives to give to a woman? Well, that was because one of the prosecutors told Cosby that they would not criminally charge him if he admitted to it.
Yeah, so he admitted to it just to get it out of the public and everything. He's got a reputation to uphold.
Oh my God. So you think that admitting to buying drugs to date rape somebody is making your reputation better?
Well, have you ever slipped a woman a Mickey?
I don't even know what that is, but no. Have you?
No.
Why did you ask me that question?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, what the fuck are you saying?
A lot of people used to do that back in the day.
A lot of men used to rape women? Wait. You're saying that you support Bill Cosby even though he raped a woman because a lot of men used to rape women?
He settled out of court.
No. Is that what you just said? Did you just say that you support men who rape women because a lot of men used to rape a lot of women back in the day?
No. I don't support.
Wait. Then why did you ask me that question? I want you to perfectly describe in detail why you asked that question.
Dude, what question? Can we move on to?
No, we cannot move on. Describe in detail exactly why you asked me if I've ever slipped a woman a sedative.
Dude, I was just giving an example of what people have done to me, even women that fantasize about being raped by me. And
I don't know what the fuck that idiot's on. We're kicking him. Listen, bro, we could go like a month without debates and I'm still not going to talk to that fool. What the fuck was that guy saying? Well, dude, I swear to God, if he was not in front of an audience of nearly 20,000, he would have just straight up said that, yeah, he does support men that rape women because that used to happen a lot of time. In fact, women want to be raped. If he wasn't not in front of an audience of 20,000 people, I would bet my life's savings, that is exactly what he would say. Is that he doesn't care when men rape women because women want it. He absolutely would have. That's basically what he was already saying. He said, Dean, have you ever passed a sedative to a woman? A lot of men used to do it. And honestly, Dean, women fantasize about it. Women fantasize about rape. That's literally what he said. Oh my God, bro. What's Connor? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Is rape wrong?
Oh, 100%.
Can minors consent?
No.
Okay. Sorry, we've just had 2 men up here so far today that dispute those two premisi. So
Yeah, that last guy, he's irrelevant.
I just had to ask to make sure. Okay, I think that we got to start asking people if they think rape is wrong, and if they think minors can't consent. We need to start asking people that. It seems like. I'm gonna go to thank a couple people that will hop into that debate. First and foremost, Miss Caitlin, goddamn, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much, Caitlin. That is crazy. Oh my God, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the kindness. Thank you for the generosity. That is so unbelievably kind of you, Caitlin. Caitlin with $100 says, "Hey Dean, my fiance is a huge fan and recently has been shipped to basic training. It's been hard, but he did make sure he gave me money specifically to support you while he's gone. W Evan in the chat if possible." Man, W Evan in that chat. Love you. Love your fiance. You guys are awesome. And I hope that Evan has fun at basic.
Yo,
I've had a couple
who is
friends.
this person saying that I follow a girl that has 2011 in her bio?
Somebody is saying that in the comment section. In fact, if you have proof of it, go ahead and open up a ticket on the Discord.
Yeah, no, that seems very irrelevant.
Irrelevant? No, it's not irrelevant at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd definitely like kick you if you're following a 14-year-old. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. What if it was my cousin, though?
If it was your cousin, I wouldn't kick you.
All right, so like, let's not make assumptions. You know, let's chill out. I am a pedophile.
That's the thing. Because I don't know if it's your cousin or not. I just kick you. That's all. You know, like me kicking you.
Okay,
listen.
Nah, that's valid though.
Yeah, me kicking you from my streams, not me with certainty calling you a pedophile by any means. Okay, but because I don't know if that's a family member or not. I just kick you and move on. And honestly, that's what I'm going to do right now because that's what it sounds like he's admitting to. So let's go to move on to the next guest cam. Here we go. You know, yeah, it's like totally possible. It's totally possible, you know, that somebody's like following their underage family members. And there's no issue with following underage family members. But I am not in a position with access to enough information to adjudicate that subject matter. So I just simply choose to move on. I mean, hey, I feel like that's reasonable. It's something everyone can get on board with, right, guys? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yeah. Nah, actually, I don't know. Not really.
Okay, nice. Let's go to move on to the next guest here. Y'all only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. We got Ella loading up into the box. I do really, once again, just one last time, I do really appreciate you for the $100, Caitlin. I'm not done. I want y'all to show some love to Caitlin and Evan down below. Aiden, I'd also like to thank you for the $10 donation over at Venmo. Says, "Hey, Dean, do you like Chipotle? If so, what's your usual order?" I actually don't go to Chipotle too much. I don't know if we even have one in town. No, we do. I just don't go to it because they're rather expensive. I'd say that there's a lot of places to get very similar food that aren't as expensive. I'm a big fan of Qdoba. Ooh, I love Qdoba. Love it, love it, love it. And then one more here over on Venmo, Miss Patsy. Patsy, thank you so much for the $30 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Patsy. Do show some love to Patsy down below in that comment section. Patsy with the 30 says, "Keep on doing you, voice, educate, and change minds. Also, you did amazing last night on your interview with Stephen A. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Patsy. And I'm so happy that you got to see that. It's good to see you as always. We love Patsy. She's in here every day showing love. Do show some love to Patsy down below in that comment section, everybody. Do show some love to Patsy down below in that comment section. Now for everybody hanging out with us on TikTok at this moment in time, I am going to ask y'all to head over to that YouTube channel because we got to hit a quick restart and submit an appeal to hopefully get our account access back because we just got our ability to add and remove guests taken away from us. Don't really know why, but I have to end the stream. I got to do that anyway, so we're going to go ahead and do that now. If you want to hang out with us while we try to get that account access back, head over to YouTube. In order to find my YouTube, you could just type in Dean Withers. Folks, we are having quite the day. Quite the fucking day, dude. Oh my god. Now, if we are able to appeal that and get our account guest access back, we'll be back online here in the next 10-15 minutes. So even if you don't have YouTube, you know, we'll be back in 10-15. But if you do have YouTube, head over to @DeanWithers on YouTube. I'll give everyone a chance to do that. All right, I'm going to end now. Go over to YouTube. I'll still be live over there. Bye, guys. All right, let's go. So, folks, I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I have to end the live stream before I appeal the ban, or else the appeal never goes through. Okay, we got a violation for criminal behavior. All guests that violated DOS were immediately removed from stream. All right. Super low effort. All right, we submitted the appeal. Did it submit? Yeah, it did. All right, we will hear back on that appeal hopefully soon. Man, oh man, guys. If that appeal doesn't go through, we likely won't be able to do a live tomorrow, which is highly unfortunate. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Why did I say that? I'm sorry. That was like an automated statement. I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize, everyone. Let's go ahead and take a look to see where the status of that appeal is. It is still submitted. Okay. All right, guys. What's something that we could talk about in the meantime? Oh, this is something we could talk about in the meantime. Do we remember that person the other day who I talked about on live and all the bad things they did in response to the videos they made about me? Do you all remember that person? Do you guys remember that individual? Let's see. There's a little bit of a delay between me and the chat, so there might be. But anyways, I'm sure that a lot of y'all do. If you do not remember that person, that individual the other day, so somebody made a video on me, another creator, saying that like I falsely accused them of sexual harassment, I'm stalking them, I'm super racist, and I hate them because they're black. Now, in response, I hosted like an hour live stream talking about like all the bad things that they've done to refute and disprove the claims that they're making about me. You know, going over the fact that they had unconsensually pleasured themselves on a FaceTime call to somebody else, and going over the fact that they had abused so many people, telling them to kill themselves, telling them that they don't deserve to live, they lose the right to life, they need to be dealt with, so on and so forth, making fun of a autistic queer woman who has a surgically implanted feeding tube because of her eating disorder, saying that she needs to starve, so on and so forth. Right, yeah, Tashika. A little bit of an update on that. So she hosted a Discord live thingamabobber the other day, and I thought that I would play you guys a couple highlights from it. This was kind of her addressing the meat on the bone. So this is new. I thought that I'd play it for y'all. Do give me 1 second to get it pulled up here, folks. This is her response. It's gonna take me a moment here to get the thumbnails of my videos to load. Okay, it's taking a moment. Actually, I could just play it from the Google Drive. I could just play it. It's only the audio that y'all need. I think I uploaded it to Google Drive. Here we go. Yeah, take a listen. Me personally. We're gonna start off right here.
I don't know what AG could have possibly said to them that would override the reality that they were there to witness. But I hope that bitch dies. I hope they fucking die. I hope they die, and I hope someone breaks into their house and steals the fucking recliner they sleep on every night. Sorry, that they choose to sleep on every night. I do. I do. I'm not providing evidence. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill all of you. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Okay? I want all of them to suffer. I wish nothing but suffering on every single one of them. I wish nothing but suffering on every single last one of them. After what they have put me through here. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that bitch. Okay? That's pretty much it.
I wanted to play all that snippet and then one more. Let me find it real quick. This is her addressing it all. This is her addressing it all. Here's another snippet. Let me pull it up. You give me 1 second here, everyone. Here we go. Take a listen. Huge trigger warning, by the way. I think there's some slurs in this, yeah.
I fucking hate that bitch. I do not like that bitch. She is top 10 craziest motherfuckers I have ever met in my entire goddamn life.
Talking about AG.
And I'm not crashing. This is just how I am normally. Anytime you see me being fucking quiet, there's a problem. This is how I talk. I'm not crashing out. I am upset because I hate that bitch. I hate that bitch, and I hate her bitch girlfriend. I hate her bitch faggot ass girlfriend, okay? And that's all I'm gonna say about that. About that. That's it. She's fucking lying.
She spent like 40 minutes doing this. She spent 40 minutes, man. Unreal. Unfucking real, dude. It's honestly atrocious. Like, fucking disgusting. So fucking disgusting. Like, this is a terrible, terrible person. Truly, truly, a terrible person. Man, and it's crazy that she's going to double down on that too. It is crazy that she's going to double down on that. It's nuts. Man, you know, some people still support her too, which just bewilders me. That's so insane to me. And some people still support her. And honestly, I feel like I just had a shift in my brain's chemistry 3 or 4 days ago when I recognized this. There's not been a single thing that a human has done yet that has made no one support them. Not a single thing. You couldn't name a single thing a human could do that would result in the consequence of being completely ostracized by everyone alive. Nope! Hitler's a great example. Hitler is objectively one of the worst humans that has ever lived. Hitler has more supporters alive today than me. There's neo-Nazis in every corner of the earth. You know? That's a great example of my thesis right there. So, there you go. But it's just so unfortunate. It is just so unfortunate. Whew. So anyways, that's what I wanted to share with you. That's what I wanted to share with you. is the response that we've seen so far. A couple people I'd like to thank here while we are still waiting on that appeal to go through over on TikTok. Miss Sarah, I really appreciate you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sarah. That is S-A-R-A. Sarah with the $20 says, thank you so much for all that you do. I never have supported Trump, and I unfortunately avoided politics, but you got me into learning, and I'm no longer ignorant. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for the $20. Thank you so much. Show some love to Sarah down below. Same thing with you, Joseph. Thank you so much for the $10, and I'll take a look at that as soon as I can. And then Andy, thank you for the $10, who says, first-time donor, but wanted to ask for clarification. The Department of Justice record dropped to somewhere in the 60s overall, or just the record during the Trump term? That is just the record during the Trump term. Good question. And then Tiffany, thank you for the $3, and then Suzanne with a 3. And then Lauren, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says, maybe it's not that they're running scared. Maybe they're just buffering permanently. Job well done. I know, man. The Trump supporters are just currently buffering, right? I'd also like to thank Heather Moore. Thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Heather, who says, for something a little more lighthearted, I don't know if you've ever done this on stream and I somehow missed it, but I'd love for you to play my We Are Dean Withers song on stream. It's on this channel. Love you, Dean. A We Are Dean Withers song, bro? What? Thank you for the $50, Heather. I do really appreciate that. Should we take a listen? What the fuck is this? We Are Dean Withers. Never do that again. Listen, if I died and then you made that song, I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear. I would haunt you from the grave. I would haunt you from the grave. But let's go ahead and take a listen to this quote unquote We Are Dean Withers song.
Hello, Dean. I'm a huge fan. I've been watching since I was in the hospital last year, and I thought this would be super funny because I write parody songs. Dear God, help me. He stands unshaken, a voice through the ice, a man with his honor.
One second, I'm sorry, I gotta pause it. It's not AI! First and foremost, gold star. I just gotta give I was fully expecting some AI slop. No! Gold star. Let's go ahead and continue.
With facts and pride, he's teaching the masses when the stakes are high. He speaks for justice and corrects all the lies. We are Dean Withers. We stand for the truth. We fight.
You know, honestly,
Fight for the right side, empowering the youth. We are Dean Withers, his courage our own. Gather unbroken.
I gotta say, Heather, I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? If I had actually, if I got last week and I was in a coffin today, I would still be haunting you, but I wouldn't be haunting you as hard as I had originally thought I would be before I listened to that. I gotta say, that is cinematic beauty. If we were lights, camera, action, ballroom, 10,000 seats, Heather's on stage, that's her name, singing her song, you would be getting a standing ovation right now. We would be in tears, Heather. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen? We would be in tears. Can I get an amen? Dude. Holy cow, man. Holy cow. All right, man. We are still waiting on hearing back on that TikTok ban. We are still... Oh, my God. It's 13 minutes. It is... Oh, my God. I submitted the appeal 13 minutes ago. Still have not heard back. I was originally planning to do this once we got back on live on TikTok and on YouTube. But, I mean, no harm in mentioning it now. Guys, for everybody watching over on YouTube, you should consider you should consider supporting the GoFundMe in the description of the video. It's for my moderator, Adam. I'm sure if you watch frequently, you know exactly who Adam is because we talk about him a lot because we want to get him the help that he needs. We did a fundraiser for Adam at this point, maybe a couple weeks ago, for around $10,000 to help get Adam over the hump to March, where he'll no longer be stuck with a significant portion of his bills because he has cancer. But an issue came up. He has to get a surgery. He needs to get a surgery like as soon as possible, specifically on his heart. And because of the incurred debt that Adam has, the hospital wants a gesture of good faith, which is, you know, just a polite way to say down payment, in order for them to perform the surgery on him. And we've determined that this down payment is somewhere around $6,000. So tonight's goal is to try our best to raise $6,000 for Adam. That GoFundMe, once again, can be found in the description of the video. That GoFundMe can be found in the description of the video. In fact, I'll just throw the link tree with the GoFundMe on it in the pinned comment. https:// link tree Dean Withers. If you go to this link tree, you'll be able to find all of my links, but you'll also be able to find the link for the GoFundMe for Adam. Please do consider supporting it. I'll be supporting it. I already have, but I'll be supporting it a little bit more. You know, just because this is really important. It is really, 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 really important. He needs the surgery. He really does. And, you know, I know that we have a good community that we've built together. And I think that we could do a lot of good. We could do a lot of good. We could do a lot of good, folks. So, and I'm noticing that a lot of the people in my Discord are getting like super mad at me right now. Like apparently I'm just pissing everybody off. So somebody in the Discord says, this is actually pissing me off. He got cut off of his chemo and you say no harm in mentioning it now. Yeah, I do say no harm in mentioning it now because my plan was to do it when I'm on YouTube and TikTok so we could have like a higher viewership for the stream. Listen, I understand like why y'all are frustrated, rooted within the fact that Adam is literally dying and you want to be able to help him. But please, like, don't take those frustrations out on me. I think that's very unjustified. And I think that now's a moment that we should be centering Adam, right? Not, like, your foundationless frustrations towards me. I think that's very ill-willed. But anyways, once again, if you do want to support Adam, you can find the link tree in the pinned comment. And, yeah, he got cut off of his chemo today. He got cut off of his chemo today because he can't continue the chemo with the issue that he has with his heart. And in order to solve that issue with the heart, he needs to get the surgery. And in order to get the surgery, he needs $6,000. That's the long story short. He's been a moderator of me. He's been a moderator of Parker's. He's been a moderator of Santana's for years now. And I really care about him. Parker really cares about him. Santana really cares about him. Matt really cares about him, if you know who Matt is. And we want to be able to help him out. So once again, please do consider helping him out. You could find the link to the link tree in the pinned comment, and it's going to be the third option there that says help Adam. It is. So check it out. Check it out, guys. Check it out. All right. Dude, the people in the Discord are like done with me. Holy shit. They're so mad at me in there. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and take a look at that appeal. Oh, we got it approved. Sick. All right, we got the appeal approved. So we're going to go back on to our TikTok account. And we're going to be talking about this again at the end of the stream. That was my original plan, folks, was to spend around like 20 to 30 minutes talking about this at the very end of the stream. But of course, we got banned on TikTok, so we just took a moment to speak about it now. But we'll still be doing that at the end of the stream. We'll be talking about Adam a little bit more because we want to help him get to his goal. It's really important. So please do, if you have a moment and you want to support Adam, the link to the link tree can be found in the pinned comment on that YouTube stream, and we're already back up and running over on TikTok. That's, oh my god, dude. Listen. Let's see how far up we are, real quick. On that GoFundMe. Where are we at? Oh my god, bro, dude. We're already 1,300 in. Man, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Just with one mention. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you so much. Like I said, we'll be spending another 20 to 30 minutes talking about this at the end of the stream. Welcome back in for everybody tuning in on TikTok. Thank y'all so much for being here. Welcome in, y'all. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Also, make sure that you're hopping inside that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Make sure you're hopping inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We are only looking to talk to Trump supporters for everybody tuning back in over on TikTok. Welcome back. We got our account taken down, but the appeal did get approved. And we're back now, which is super exciting. So welcome back in, folks. Welcome back in, folks. For the very first 1.2 thousand people rejoining on TikTok, thank you all so much for being here. Oh, guys, on TikTok, my face is going to freeze because I technically have to restart my TikTok OBS. So my face is going to freeze for like 2 seconds, and I'll be right back. Oh, that was the wrong button. I'm going to go to Task Manager. Okay. Be right back, guys. This will only affect TikTok. All right. TikTok Studio's down. Now we're reloading it. I forget that I have to restart the TikTok the TikTok Live Studio in order to regain guest access, even when the appeals get approved. But good thing I could like technically pause the stream. And look at that. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back in, everybody. I know that it's... There we go. There we are. There we are, everybody. There we are. Hey, Camille, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube. Who says, I love your streams, and I am a proud non-screaming fetus. Based. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here, folks. If you do happen to be tuning in on TikTok, only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to be banning absolutely everybody who breaks those rules. Zero exceptions, zero exceptions. Let's go to get that next guest in here. Hello, do you support Trump? Okay, they're not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. All right. We get Argo loaded up into the box. Somebody in the Discord just said, Dean, stop beefing with the Discord. I think it's the other way around. I think it's the Discord beefing with Dean. Okay? All right? Sorry, just had to take a moment. But let's go get that next guest loaded up in here, y'all. We got Jeremy loading up into the box. Hi, Jeremy. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2007.
All right, so why do you support Trump?
I think, like, I was too young to vote in the 2016 election, but my parents, they were really into him, and I support a lot of what he did in his first term. Like, the whole idea of, like, oh, no, wait, that was this year. MAGA phased out artificial food dyes and secured compartment from major food corporations like Walmart.
Okay. So first and foremost about like the artificial food dyes like Red 40. I mean, there's been clinical study after clinical study done that has continued to re-demonstrate that Red 40 actually is not harmful in the slightest unless you're consuming it in like majorly like copious amounts. Like you have to consume a copious amount of Red Dye 40 in order for it to be harmful in the slightest. So that claim, A, I'd say that's not necessarily true. And then B, the MAGA movement as a whole, okay, is not represented by the Trump administration. Because healthy foods cost more money than unhealthy foods. That's a fact that we're all very well familiar with. Unless you're eating rice and beans, you got to spend more. And the thing is that when we see people like Donald Trump cutting down on food stamps, taking them away from 3 million people, refusing to pay out food stamps during the last 12 days of a government shutdown, and just generally taking purchasing power away from the low and middle class by making healthcare more expensive, taking healthcare away from low-income Americans. Now, all of a sudden, they have less money to spend on those healthier foods, and they are directly losing access to healthcare means in which would extend their lifespan and make them healthier on average, like Medicaid for 10 million low-income Americans, or like Medicaid through the ACA for millions of other low and middle-class Americans that have now had the price of their premium skyrocket from like $500 a month to $3,000 a month because Trump and the GOP refused to renew, the ACA subsidy.
Yeah, sorry. What I meant for his first term, yes, sorry, I do acknowledge what you're saying. And you are correct. It was so bad in the last 12 days. That is one thing I can say I do not support him in the slightest about. That was really bad. But I was talking about in his first term, his first step program, like cut back on like crime. Or his first step policy.
Well, I'm sorry, you're just really like breaking my neck here with a pivot. The First Step Act, which has nothing to do with MAHA, nothing to do with making America healthy again. So are you just completely conceding the point of MAHA?
Pretty much, yeah. I was not aware of like the red 40 amounts. It's like Diet Coke, it's like aspartame.
Yeah, I wasn't either. I used to think that Red 40 was also really harmful. But anyways, now moving on to the First Step Act, which was a bill passed under the Trump administration in his first term, and that was criminal justice reform. Point number one, that bill was actually proposed to Congress under Obama, but they refused to hold a vote on it until they got a Republican in the Oval Office to make them look good. And then point number two, okay, got bipartisan support because it was generally a step in the right direction. Okay, nobody's denying that. So, of course, Donald Trump had to sign it into law. He didn't have the option to not sign it into law. It would have been political suicide. And then point number three here, Trump has been actively violating the First Step Act with many movements so far in his second administration, like saying that he wants DRU dealers to be sentenced to death. Okay, well, that's actually in violation of the First Step Act. So he's already contradicting, the policy that was passed under his first administration that you're espousing as a good thing he did.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not 100% sure, what exactly that did. So I'm sorry for bringing that up. Honestly, I'm probably gonna have to concede that because I just do not have the knowledge to continue on that. But, dang, you're really gunning me here. Shoot. Dang, I've been watching you for a while and I really do love what you do, but, shoot. I've had I'm gonna pivot again. Oh man. Yeah, I might be better off in the queue or not the queue, but the chat. Thank you for having me up.
I appreciate you for joining, man. You take care. You take care, Jeremy. Let's move on to the next guest, y'all. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Hopefully that guy ends up changing his mind, right? Those were really good points that are very meaningful here. So let's hope that he changes his mind. Let's move on to the next guest right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
23.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Mostly for immigration. As far as the Epstein stuff goes, I'm not gonna lie, I was assaulted when I was younger, so I really try not to pay attention to it because it's triggering. So I really haven't looked into it.
Listen, I understand how that can be triggering to you, okay, but something else that is triggering to a lot of victims is having a rapist as president. And I feel like that's a pretty valid point that should be considered, especially from the perspective of being an SA victim. But, because you said that having a conversation about that, it could be triggering to you, I'll just let it rest there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, I just haven't looked into it because of that. But if there is I guess that's on me for if there is proof and I just haven't looked into it because of that, because I don't want to support someone like that, especially having gone through it. It's kind of in a tough spot because I don't want to learn about it, but I need to, so I don't support it.
You know what? I get you. I think that's one of the first times I've ever said that to a Trump supporter. I get you. I do. I could totally understand being in the position that you are, okay? I could totally see from the perspective of being taken advantage of as a kid and not wanting to read pages and pages and pages about kids being taken advantage of, okay? 110%. But, okay, I think it is very important, okay, that we all do pay attention to this. I think that it's very important that we all do know exactly who our president is. And I think that it's very important that we hold these very terrible people accountable so it doesn't happen to more kids. You know what I mean? Like, when we create the system that allows for SA, that allows for rape, that allows for these very violent sexual actions to take place, by protecting those in which perpetuate these actions, on the very highest level of government in the whole world, okay, the federal government of the United States of America, we will only ensure that more bad actors will engage in those bad actions. We need to bring the hammer down hard and swift on those that perpetuate violent sexual abuse. And we can't allow them to get an inch, which is definitely something that has been given to Trump in consideration of the court that held him liable for rape, and in consideration of the fact that in 2005 he admitted to violent sexual exploitation on top of all of the credible accusations found within the files. You know, it's like we've given him much more than an inch. We've given him a mile. We gave him the Oval Office. We gave him the White House. And now we see the fallout of that, which is the full force of the federal government of the United States of America protecting other people that have engaged in these same actions.
Yeah, and like I'm not gonna lie, like just from me hearing some of the people that I found you like 2 days ago, and I've been watching for the past like 2 days, and honestly, me hearing the people that defend him talking the way that they do kind of makes me more believing that it must be true, because these people that are defending him talk the same way and are very horrible people, it sounds like. So it's kind of making me second guess and think, like, even without reading into it. Sorry, I'm like really nervous right now. I have really bad anxiety.
Okay, yeah.
Like when I hear people talk the way that they do about women on this stream that defend Trump, it makes me feel like, okay, well, they must be defending him because they feel safe and comfortable knowing that he does these things too. So that in itself is kind of making me like, okay, maybe that should be enough even without me reading about the files. Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
I think the Epstein stuff alone is enough for me to just change my mind and not be okay with any of that, because I don't want...
How comfortable would you be with having a conversation with me about the specifics? If you want to be comfortable about that, feel free to say so.
Like the specifics of what?
The specifics of Donald Trump's violent sexual abuse, alongside the violent sexual abuse that Donald Trump is covering up and concealing the identities of the perpetuators of.
Honestly, if you can, like, whatever your, like, most undisputable argument is about it, I will sit and try to listen to it, because typically, like, I just turn anything off when it comes to that kind of stuff.
I completely
So whatever
get you.
the, like, most undisputable one is.
You could say no. You could, like, but if you feel comfortable with that, I would love to share it with you. But, you know, if you don't feel comfortable with that, you know, I totally get it. If that's not a conversation you want to have.
I think I do want to hear it, just because I don't want to support people that are perpetuating these things and making it more accepting for other people to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I completely understand that. I completely do. Let me think here. The most indisputable example that I have of Trump engaging in sexual violence would be sexual exploitation of women and girls. Here's a story. So Donald Trump owned beauty pageants in the 90s, early 2000s, maybe late 80s. And at these beauty pageants, you'd have women and girls compete and then get judged by judges for how they look with dresses on and makeup or whatever. I don't know. I don't really know beauty pageants. I'm just bullshitting a little bit about what goes on there. And at these beauty pageants, he had multiple. He owned one called Miss USA. He owned one called Miss Universe, and owned one called Miss Teen USA. At Miss Teen USA, people aged 15 through 19 would compete. At Miss USA, people aged like 20 through 35 would compete. And then Miss Universe was pretty much the same as Miss USA, but I'd assume a little bit of a higher standard, because it's not just contestants from America, it's also contestants from the rest of the world. Okay? And of course, at these pageants backstage, there would be private dressing rooms for the women at Miss USA and then the women and girls at Miss Teen USA. And inside of these pageants, the beauty pageant contestants would, of course, get ready for the show, which would include removing the clothes that they had on walking in and then putting on the clothes that they want to walk out on stage with, which would, of course, mean that they're naked at multiple points. And what Donald Trump would do is he would abuse the fact that he was the owner of these pageants to take advantage of that fact by allowing himself to barge into the dressing rooms of these beauty pageant contestants. He, as a man, would just walk in, and then when he'd walk in, he'd look at the naked bodies of the women, of the girls too, and of course that would amount to sexual exploitation because he's abusing his position of power as the owner of the pageant to then take advantage of them in their position of vulnerability, feeling vulnerable enough to get naked around only other women and girls, in the furtherance of unconsensual sexual conduct, that unconsensual sexual conduct being him looking at their naked bodies. So there's a story. There's what happened. Now, you asked me for my most irrefutable point, and I find this to be irrefutable because Trump admitted to it. And I'll play you that clip now. This is from a sit-down interview that Donald Trump had with Howard Stern on the Howard Stern radio show in 2005, specifically April of 2005, April 11th.
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
And like I said, this is just scratching the surface. If you were to give me a podium and a mic to talk about all of Donald Trump's predatory activities, behaviors, and actions, I'd probably be speaking uninterrupted for 45 minutes. But you asked for one example, there's one example.
Yeah, I'm kind of like shaking right now. That just made me really angry. I don't think that's funny at all, like he said in that clip.
Right.
No, that's really, really disgusting. That's not, I don't think there's any defense for somebody that speaks like that, especially when it can pertain to children. That's just not okay at all. Thank you for showing me that. Also, he did not mute me. I muted myself so I could listen. I saw a lot of people saying that he muted me. Thank you. Because honestly, anything else aside politically, that in itself is not a reason to, that is enough reason to throw everything else out the window and not support that person.
I agree. And I appreciate you so much for joining the live, and I'm happy that I could help inform you about that. I feel like that's I feel like this is an example of one of the main benefits of this live stream, as people that for very legitimate reasons in a lot of circumstances such as your own, can't do it, can't invest your time into reading through all these Epstein files, reading about various stories of children being abused because you're a victim of sexual abuse as a child, and it's just too hard. And I'm able to help you bridge that gap. So thank you for coming up.
Yeah, no, thank you. Because I try to stay willfully ignorant, I guess, just because I want to be informed, but it's so triggering sometimes. I can't do it. But thank you. That was a perfect thing to turn it without it being too much.
I'm not gonna lie. I think that you are the only person I have ever heard give a pretty decent argument for willful ignorance, and I'm very proud. In this specific context, and I'm very proud of you for coming up here and being willing to kind of branch out of that willful ignorance to hear me out for what he's done. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. All right.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, you take care. All right. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. She's one of the good ones, man. That's who I'm trying to reach right there. Right there. Hi.
I don't know, man. She used the word triggering. I don't think she was a Republican by any means.
Oh, yeah, because Republicans don't find child rape triggering. I forgot.
No, I just don't think that they ever use that word.
Oh. What word do you use?
Like if I get pissed or something?
No, when I say
pissed, probably.
So when you hear somebody say that child rape is very triggering, how would you state that sentence as a Republican?
How did child rape get into here? How did we get on child rape? What are we talking about?
Because you brought up the last guest, you said she used the word triggering. She explained.
She used the word triggering about the dressing or the backstage thing.
Yeah, because she explained that she was a victim of child SA. And
I'm sorry. I just tuned in. Did not know. My apologies, Dean. I didn't know.
Okay, well, to help catch you up, she said she was a victim of child SA, and that she finds looking into the Epstein files very triggering because of that.
I just came up along when you were playing the interview. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know.
Right. So I'm happy I could give you that very essential context. But I mean, even from that clip, yeah, of course, I think that it's very fair, and hopefully, well, at least I wish it was a nonpartisan thing to get triggered by listening to the president say that he just walk into the dressing rooms of women and girls and look at them while they're naked. That's a pretty triggering thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that whole clip can kind of be taken out of context for people who want to take it out of context, for sure.
Well, I'd say the only people that want to take that clip out of context is probably the Trump supporters that defend it. I mean, like, just use your brain, dude. Think reasonably here for a second. If I were to play you more context of that clip, your takeaway would only be worse. Okay? Right? Because the 2 minutes that precede Donald Trump saying that he'd walk into the dressing rooms is a conversation between Donald Trump and Howard Stern talking about if it's an unethical thing for him to sleep with the beauty pageant contestants because he's the owner of the pageant. They explain how it could be like a conflict of interests for him to have sex with him, and how maybe that's just something that he has to think about later after he has sex with him. Right? Like, the context only makes it worse.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I just don't. Yeah, I didn't join to talk about that.
I know, but look at that. We're talking about it, so might as well finish the conversation. How do you compartmentalize your president being guilty of sexual exploitation with the claim that you want him there in the Oval Office to dictate?
Did you just say
decisions?
Sexual exploitation over that? I wouldn't call that sexual exploitation.
Okay, well, how do you use the phrase sexual exploitation? Would you define that for me?
Well, I don't commonly use the phrase sexual exploitation, but I could say that wasn't sexual exploitation because he didn't necessarily, like, I don't even know if I think it's gross, and I think it's demeaning that he would brag about it in public, and I think it's creepy. But as far as it being sexually exploitive, I think that would require some sort of doesn't that require some sort of like video or media in order to distribute or to blackmail? Like, I think sexual exploitation goes way deeper.
So I'd assume, correct me if I'm wrong, right now you have a computer open and you typed in sexual exploitation definition, and then you were returned like the legal definition of sexual exploitation.
No, I don't have a computer open. I'm not, okay, that's a lie. I have a computer open, but it's on Fortnite.
Okay.
Well, because I just finished a game with my grandkids. But
so what you just said about it requiring like a video or something. Yeah, the legal definition of sexual exploitation is weird. It's like
then why use it?
I'll explain that in one moment. Just let me finish speaking. The legal definition of sexual exploitation is like really weird. It's like, legally speaking, sexual exploitation is like taking a video of an unconsensual sexual action and then like sharing it. Right, but I don't really think that's like an all-encompassing view of what sexual exploitation is. And there's likely like other laws and other provisions that you could find somebody guilty of when they're like guilty of sexual exploitation. It doesn't fit that really strict
guilty of sexual. You gotta be careful with your language here, man. Guilty of sexual exploitation.
Can I please finish speaking without you interrupting me?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yeah, but I don't really look at the legal definition of sexual exploitation because I think that we use the phrase a lot different colloquially, right? Like colloquially, when somebody says that they've been sexually exploited, okay, all that this means is that they're saying that they've been exploited sexually, okay? And I would take like one example of being exploited sexually to be like a man abusing his position of power to take advantage of a position of vulnerability that a woman is in to further unconsensual sexual conduct. Like, that's very obviously like sexual because of the sexual conduct bit. And it's very obviously like exploitive because he's like using a position of power to further unconsensual sexual conduct. Like, that's very exploitive. Can you agree?
Exploitive? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'll go back to my original claim that it's creepy. And I think we should call it creepy.
What do you mean by exploitive? What does it mean to exploit something? Define the word exploit.
For some sort of gain, whether it be financially, sexually. I don't know. You would have to put somebody in a vulnerable position for your gain. I don't know what he's claiming as gain.
Listen. So I've like a background in full stack web development, and you know, there's things like software exploits, and like a software exploit is like, just give me one moment, please. Is like designed to take advantage of a flaw in a computer system for like a malicious purpose, right? You know, you're taking advantage of a flaw, for some type of like negative purpose, Is that like a fair idea of what it means to exploit? To take advantage of something or somebody for some type of like malicious purpose or unfair gain?
I don't know if there was a malicious gain in that story you just played, but all right.
But can we agree that
if
that's
you
what sexual
see
exploitation
it
is? Like,
no,
exploiting somebody just is like taking advantage of. If you're exploiting something,
taking advantage of a
if you're exploiting
situation.
somebody, it's taking advantage of it, right?
So he took advantage. So your argument is that he took advantage, like in that clip, he said, "I'm allowed to go backstage," right?
Exactly. Yeah. So now that we understand that, like, exploitation is like taking advantage, like unfairly taking advantage of something.
So he exploited his position, but he didn't exploit the girls.
One moment.
Yeah.
So if exploitation is like unfairly taking advantage of something, this just means that sexual exploitation would be unfairly taking advantage of somebody sexually, right? Correct? Yes or no?
In this example, Dean,
no, not in any example. We're not talking about Trump.
Position.
No, stop. We're not even talking about Trump. We're just talking about what sexual exploitation is. So you agreed that exploitation was unfairly taking advantage of somebody or something. Okay. So wouldn't that make sexual exploitation just unfairly taking advantage of somebody sexually? Can you agree that a very fair definition of sexual exploitation would be to unfairly take advantage of somebody sexually?
No, I think that, I don't know. You keep using the word exploiting,
you're being
but
dumb.
taking it. I'm not trying to be obtuse here.
Intentionally obtuse.
I'm not trying to be obtuse here. I'm
yes,
really
you
not.
are.
No. I just think that. I think that you took this argument today
you're being
like
obtuse.
way too far.
No, stop it. You're being obtuse because you just agreed that exploiting something or somebody is to unfairly take advantage of somebody or somebody.
I clarified. Go ahead. I don't.
So if exploitation is to take advantage, to unfairly take advantage of somebody or someone, somebody or something, then this just means that sexual exploitation is to unfairly take advantage of somebody sexually.
Yeah. I just believe that in this context,
we're not talking about anything yet. We're not talking about any specific scenario yet. We're just trying to understand what sexual exploitation even is. Stop talking about any specific circumstance.
I haven't spent a lot of time
may or may
thinking
not
about
be
what
sexual
exploitation
okay,
is.
stop
I've
talking
always
about
thought about it
anybody
as like
that
a
may or may
situation.
not be sexually exploited or exploiting. Let's just first start by understanding what sexual exploitation even is. So you agreed, that exploitation is unfairly taking advantage of somebody or something. You agreed that sexual exploitation is just exploiting somebody sexually. So if sexual exploitation is just exploiting somebody sexually and exploitation is unfairly taking advantage of somebody or something, then this would just mean that sexual exploitation, exploiting somebody sexually, is unfairly taking advantage of somebody sexually. Am I wrong?
So define. I don't know. In this case, define. I understand that he exploited his role.
Bro, stop it and listen.
No,
we're not talking about Trump. We're not talking about any specific person. We're not talking about any specific instance of sexual exploitation. We're first just trying to agree what sexual exploitation even is.
Legally?
No! Colloquially! What we mean when we say sexual exploitation.
Why do we have to have this conversation? I don't think you and I are going to see eye to eye on this.
Because you're not willing to engage in the dialogue tree that I'm so clearly setting forth.
I just don't spend spend enough time thinking about what is sexual exploitation.
Okay,
I
but
just
don't worry.
felt like
I
it
do.
was.
I do.
think
So
it was wrongly.
let me give you.
I think it was inappropriately
Stop
used.
talking about Trump. No, that's not how this works. Listen, a dialogue tree, okay, is
I know what a
building an
dialogue
argument.
tree is.
Before we even get to anything to do with Trump, we first have to just agree on some foundational facts. Stop talking about Trump. I will let you know when we are ready to talk about Trump. We're not ready for that conversation yet because we first need to agree on those foundational facts, particularly the foundational fact of what even is sexual exploitation. So I'm going to make this so easy for you, all right? Because of how intentionally obtuse and dense you're being, or how fucking stupid you are, I don't know, flip a coin, I'm going to just make it super easy for you. I'm going to ask you a series of yes or no questions, okay? And I want you to answer with yes or no's. And hopefully, by the end of this series of yes or no questions, we will agree what the definition of sexual exploitation is, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
First yes or no question. Can we agree that sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, easy.
Ding, 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 ding. Let me go to write that one down so we don't lose track of the dialogue tree. Docs.google.com. Fuck, I'll even throw it up on the screen for you so we can all follow together. Okay.
Hey, you're
sexual
kind of being
exploitation
disrespectful.
is exploiting somebody. No, I'm just being pragmatic. Somebody sexually. Perfect. Awesome. Next question. Can we agree that exploitation is to take advantage of someone or something?
There's positive ways to take advantage of someone or something. So no, only if it causes harm, I would say.
Or something. Good call out. Because earlier, okay, I actually used a word. You're being hyper specific. I think it's because of how dense you are, but you're technically right. Okay. To unfairly take advantage of someone or something.
Even unfairly. Unfairly
unjustly. How about that? Unjustly taking advantage of someone or something.
I don't even, man. Okay.
Okay, you got to concede there. Yeah, you got to concede there.
I'll concede there.
Listen, I understand your first point that that exploitation is like framed in a negative light. Exploitation's always bad. So therefore, we can't define it as just merely taking advantage of something or someone, because Chris Hansen takes advantage of predators by setting them up with fake decoys, interviews them, and throws them in cuffs. I don't think that's wrong. Therefore, if I think that exploitation is always wrong, it's not exploitive. Okay? So it'd be unjustly taking advantage of something or someone. Perfect. Ding, ding, ding.
Wait, I just want to make sure that you didn't just say exploitation is always bad. Did you just say exploitation is always bad?
With the definition that we just agreed to, yes.
Exploitation is always, yes, if there's harm caused by the disadvantage, to the disadvantage.
We agreed that the definition of exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of something or someone. So, yeah.
I said that causes harm.
So the harm would be implied by the unjust. If it's unjust, it necessarily causes harm.
Okay. If it's unjust, it necessarily causes. Okay, go ahead. Let's go. You know what? I'm happy to concede on this entire point.
Okay.
In order to move on to.
No, because we want to track truth. Okay. So you've agreed that sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually, and you've agreed that exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of something or someone. So now let's just sub out the exploiting in the original definition of sexual exploitation, which was to exploit somebody sexually, with our new definition of exploitation. Okay, so can we now agree that because sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually, and exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of something or someone, that therefore sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
We already answered that question. That was the first one.
No. We actually haven't yet. But do you now agree that that's the definition of sexual exploitation?
That sexually exploiting someone is to unjustly take advantage of them sexually?
Yes. Can we agree there?
Yeah. I mean, are you talking if there's like coercion or manipulation involved, or no?
Oh my God. It doesn't matter. If you are
What do you
ever
mean, man?
unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually, you are necessarily sexually exploiting them.
If you are unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually, you are sexually exploiting them. It's the word exploit, man. I mean, yeah, you can be a creep, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're exploiting
do you
them.
disagree? Do you disagree that unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually is necessarily sexual exploitation, because you agreed that the definition of sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually, and then you agreed that the definition of exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something? It would necessarily follow, in accordance to what you've already agreed to, that yes, if one person is to unjustly take advantage of another person sexually, it is therefore sexual exploitation. That necessarily follows.
Oh man, I don't know. I think that this tree could. I mean, because unjust doesn't necessarily mean that there's harm. I mean, it might be not fair. It might be not morally right.
What an idiot, dude. You
But
understand?
unjustly literally means in accordance with justice, right?
Listen. No, unjustly just means wrong.
Unjust means not in accordance with justice, doesn't it?
Listen, unjust means wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Morally wrong. I'll agree. Yep. I can concede. Yep.
Okay, so therefore you feel and you agree, okay, that sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually, right?
You understand that there is a cool. Are you there?
Yeah, waiting for your response.
There's a huge distinction that harm has to exist, damage, injury, some sort of loss.
Okay, I'm literally going to show this to you. Do you know what a syllogism is?
No, but I can Google it. Hold on.
A syllogism is a formal argument that is comprised of premises, multiple premises, premises, what I like to call them, and then a conclusion. Okay? And the conclusion...
Major, minor conclusion.
Is supposed to be necessarily implied by the premises if the premises are true. Okay?
Yeah.
That would be a valid
Unfortunately, in this case, though...
But listen.
Unfortunately, in this case...
I'm literally going to show you the syllogism, the formal argument to prove that this is something that we both agree is sexual exploitation. Take a look, my friend. All right? Take a look. Premise number 1. Sexual exploitation is exploiting somebody sexually. You affirmed that this is true, right?
I did.
Okay. Premise number 2. Exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something. You affirmed that this is true, correct?
As it relates to the law. Yep.
As it relates to the law. No, in relation to how you use the word.
Unjustly to me means...
you think it's morally wrong?
Yeah, morally wrong.
Okay. How about... Okay. Then conclusion would be sexual exploitation is unjustly taking advantage of somebody sexually. Now, why would this follow from both of these two statements being true? Think about it. Here. Think about it. Exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. Is to unjustly take advantage of someone or something. Sexual exploitation is to exploit somebody sexually. So if we
I feel
just
like we're
sub out,
I feel like we're writing
one
a new
moment.
law.
One moment.
Go ahead.
If we just sub out the definition of exploitation in premise 2 with the exploiting in exploiting somebody sexually in premise 1, what do we get? We get sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually. Do you see it now?
I understand what you're doing.
So do you see now how this conclusion
everything
down here,
that A is
sexual
B,
exploitation
and everything that
is unjustly taking
C
advantage
is
of somebody
A,
sexually,
therefore everything that C is
necessarily
B. I totally
follows
understand.
from these first two premises.
Yep, I understand what you're trying to build here.
No, it's not what I'm trying to build. It's that it is built. Like, do you understand that? So, okay, now here's a big question. Do you affirm that therefore sexual exploitation is to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Unjustly, yeah. Immorally, yeah, for sure.
So this statement right here is true, right?
Yeah, so therefore A and B are true, right? Or 1 and 2.
So now that you've agreed that the definition of sexual exploitation is to wrongly take advantage of somebody sexually, you will now understand exactly why Donald Trump did sexually exploit the beauty pageant contestants at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA, because he wrongly took advantage of them sexually. He barged into their dressing rooms, okay, unbeknownst to them, and then looked at them while they're naked, okay? He took advantage of them because he took advantage of the fact that they're naked in this space due to their expectation that men wouldn't be in there. He was taking advantage of that, taking advantage of them, okay? And then of somebody sexually, where the sexually part comes in, is because it was sexual conduct, unconsensual sexual conduct, when he then looked at them
sexual
naked.
Conduct. That's not sexual conduct. That's creepy conduct.
Is watching porn sexual conduct?
I don't watch porn, but
is watching porn sexual conduct?
I would assume it is, yeah.
Okay.
Are we going to build one of these trees, Dean?
No, we don't need to, because you just agreed. Okay. That under like typical circumstances, yeah, looking at the naked body of the sex or gender you're attracted to is sexual conduct.
I think porn's a lot different. I don't know. Okay.
The difference is that porn is consensual and this was unconsensual. So they are a lot different. Good job. Okay. But in both scenarios, you were like placing yourself in a scenario where you are looking at the naked bodies of those of the sex or gender that you're attracted to, with the intention of looking at the naked bodies of the sex or gender that you're attracted to. Right? So now you understand how, it was sexual conduct,
Okay.
unconsensual sexual conduct, when Donald Trump would walk backstage and then look at the naked bodies of the beauty pageant contestants.
That's not, as far as I'm concerned, that's not sexual conduct.
Okay, so then how do you explain why it is sexual conduct to like watch porn, but it's not sexual conduct for Donald Trump to unconsensually walk backstage and then unconsensually look at their naked
I'm
bodies?
assuming anybody who watches porn is looking for some form of sexual relief.
What's that?
I said I'm assuming that people who watch porn are looking for some form of sexual relief or release. In this case, I don't think that's what's being discussed here.
Or arousal, right?
I don't even think arousal is discussed here.
What else do you think happened? Why else would he do it? It was either arousal or power and control.
Man, I don't know. I just think you are reaching
what's the
far
third option here
on this one.
What's the third option? Is either arousal or arousal and power and control.
I think it's being braggadocious. I already stated.
No. I'm saying, like, what are the other like takeaways from a man walking in to the dressing rooms of women and girls?
Stop saying dressing room. He said he walked backstage, man.
Yeah, he walked backstage to get to the dressing rooms. Yeah. But now, please tell me. Please tell me. What are the other takeaways?
You're making an assumption.
No, answer my question here. No, we're not making an assumption. It's not an assumption at all. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. You said changing rooms. Changing rooms is an assumption.
That's not an assumption. Would you like to know why?
Sure, why?
Because in the clip he said that there's no other men around and that the women were getting naked and undressed.
He even stopped himself when he said they don't have any clue. He just said clue, and then he stopped, like, because he's realizing he's telling a lie.
You gotta laugh.
I don't know. He just stopped, like he was
Right.
realizing
Yeah,
he was telling a lie.
No,
Play it
laugh.
again. Play it again.
No,
Can you play it again?
No. After you tell me, okay, what the other takeaways would be from a man unconsensually barging into a woman's dressing room to look at them naked.
Why are we in this dark space, Dean, when we have so much more to talk about?
Well, because you're intentionally dense. Like
I already
you know
told
that
you
you're
it was
wrong.
creepy.
You very clearly know that you're wrong.
Is your intention of this live to prove people wrong or to have good conversation? What are you doing?
My intention of this live is to have good conversation while proving people wrong, and it seems like that is impossible to have with you.
I think that you and I see this thing way differently.
Yeah, but
and here's why.
Listen, you know it's
do you not want to hear that here's why?
You know it's bullshit that we see it differently. I know it's bullshit that we see it differently. All the viewers know that it's bullshit that we see it differently. Yeah. It is absolutely bullshit that we see it differently because you cannot articulate why I'm wrong. And every time I put the fucking pedal on the metal a little bit, like I was pulling out that little fucking syllogism earlier, you gotta concede that I'm right.
Did somebody?
Like this is like you're like very like clearly, you're very clearly parroting, right? An unreasonable take, a very unreasonable position.
Dude,
you know, it took us like 20 minutes. Oh my God.
I appreciate the fact that you're a justice.
Unfucking real. Get out of here. Holy shit, man. I'm sorry. I'm done with that, man. What an annoying, lousy little guy. Hey, Clayton, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, last guest was being so obtuse and insufferably dishonest. This is MAGA now obtuse, dishonest, and unreasonable. Oh my God, he was so obtuse, dishonest, and unreasonable. But everyone knows it. You know, like I bet that there's actually like a lot of people that had their minds changed by that last conversation because like for the first time in their life, they just got a very clear depiction of the lack of reasonability in MAGA. You know, like there's still something positive to take away from a conversation like that. And it is the positive reinforcement for like that apolitical or fence sitter viewer that is like, holy shit, like this is so clearly unreasonable. And this is what it takes to defend Trump. You know, like that right there absolutely does change minds. Just not of the person I'm talking to, but more so of the viewers. Michael, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Title, thank you so much for the $1. And then Karen, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, peeping Tom or voyeurism, viewing somebody unconsensually in bathrooms, dressing rooms, homes, etc. By law considers sexual exploitation. Yes, so Karen, you are right. Legally, what he did would legally be considered voyeurism. But very clearly, like colloquially, we consider that sexual exploitation. You know, very clearly. Alexandra, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Says your life's keeping me entertained while I'm delivering to Amazon. Fuck yeah. Ivy, thank you so much for the $12. Who says psychology says we get angry and defensive when we feel shame or guilt. Just saying. He gives peeper vibes. Yep. Thank you for the $12, Ivy. And then oh my God, Michael, thank you so much for the $150 donation on Venmo. Thank you so much for that love, Michael. Michael with a 150 says, you did it again, Dean. You're a hero. Love you, bro. Thank you. That came in after we were able to change that last guest's mind surrounding that same topic. And just know, Michael, you are the absolute all-time uncontested GOAT. And thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness, bro. Show some love to Michael down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you, dude. Let's get 2,000 Michael W's, the MVP of the hour. Give me 1 second here. I'm just gonna send off a quick text. All right. Yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you, Michael. Thank you. All right, guys, I just sent a text off to somebody. We're gonna be having one of my friends join the stream real quick, so everybody just do give us 1 moment. In the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Sharing out that live to a handful of friends. Everybody just do give us 1 moment. All right, here we go. There he is. All right, guys. Ruben, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. I really appreciate you. And then Cheyenne, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, I'm a housekeeper and I listen to you and Parker my whole shift. Love you, Dean. I love you too, Cheyenne. I hope they're having a good shift today. Thank you so much for the love. All right, welcome in, Matt. How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. How are you, dude?
I'm not too bad. Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah. Let me know when you want me to talk.
Okay, sounds good. I guess let me hit a quick intro to the stream. So we were talking about this a little bit ago on YouTube, but I also wanted an opportunity to bring this up while we're on YouTube and TikTok because we have a significantly higher viewership. You probably heard about Adam before if you're a frequent viewer of my live streams. But a mod of my community, a mod of Parker's community, a mod of Matt's community, his name is Adam. And Adam has been struggling with cancer since March of 2024. Which is 2 years. That is literally 2 years to the date. And while Adam's been struggling with cancer, he has been ineligible for disability. He's been ineligible for Medicaid. So he's been stuck with the bills for his housing facility. He's been stuck with the bills for his treatment. He's been stuck with the bills for everything. Now, luckily, he did just hear back from Medicaid. He is now eligible for disability and for Medicaid, and that's going to be starting in March. So close to about a month ago, we hosted a fundraiser for him to help get him till March. However, a complication has since arose, and I'm going to have Matt describe that to you here in a little bit, where he now needs $6,000 literally as soon as possible. And Matt's going to go into that here pretty soon. Now, we've already raised $2,000 for him today, which is fucking insane and good for you guys. I brought it up for maybe like 5 or 10 minutes over on YouTube when we had the stream ban. So we're only $4,000 away, but if you want to support Adam, you could support him over the GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio everywhere. That's going to be in the bio of my TikTok account. That's going to be the the link tree in the pinned comment over on YouTube. Please do not send your donations to Adam to me. Please send them to his GoFundMe. But real quick, I'm going to pass the mic off to Matt here to let him describe.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just go over kind of what happened since the last fundraiser. So everything was actually looking pretty good. We were on track for the March 1st date. But then what happened is Adam actually had an episode that involved his heart, and doctors found that he has something wrong with his heart that needs to be fixed actually pretty quickly. And unfortunately, because of the way that all of the healthcare system is set up, he's in so much debt to the hospital that they won't actually do the surgery unless he puts down a huge down payment. So that's where the $6,000 comes from. It's not that he doesn't, that they don't want to do it. It's that that the hospital won't allow them to do it because they want like a good faith payment. So and Adam unfortunately has no money because he can't work. All the money that we have raised for him has gone to his rent, because he lives in a long-term facility, and that costs a shit ton of money. And then with his chemo and everything else, that also costs it. And so much money goes to that. And he was just very much looking forward to the March 1st date, but now things are not looking so good because this hospital wants $6,000. So that's where we're going. If he gets the money, he'll basically give it to him immediately, and they'll schedule the surgery, and then he can go back on his chemo. That's what scares him the most, is that he's been off his chemo for about a day now, and without the chemo, his cancer spreads rapidly. He has a very rapid cancer, and so we don't want it to basically go any further than it already has before that March 1st date. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, and thankfully, we're really close. We're really, really, really close to the finish line. Starting very soon. I mean, next couple of weeks, he's going to be eligible for Medicaid and disability, and that's going to give him back pay for a lot, and obviously help cover any future surgeries or treatment programs that he needs, which is great. Which is really fucking great. It has been one hell of a battle, the last year and a half for to help keep Adam alive. I'm just gonna be blunt. I'm gonna be honest. To keep Adam alive, because of the extortion of people across this country through our current healthcare system. You know, so it is absolutely a massive win that he's finally eligible for back pay, Medicaid, and disability. And as soon as that kicks in, I'm gonna sleep a little bit easier. Matt's gonna sleep a little bit easier. Adam's definitely gonna sleep one hell of a whole lot easier. A lot of people are gonna sleep a whole lot of easier. So the current goal in the GoFundMe is that $16,500 figure. Already $2,000 in. We're at $12,060. If you can support, please do consider supporting. I mean, it is truly a life or death scenario. Truly a life or death scenario. And this is also another really big reason why we need universal health care. So people like Adam don't get royally fucked. Okay? We need it. I mean, holy cow, man. Like, this is the real world outcome. The real world outcome is, people come down with cancer, not getting automatic approval for Medicaid or disability, and then having to experience the detriment of that, which is being stuck with all the bills for everything when our medical bills here are already sky high. You know, go to the ER, you're paying a whole hell of a lot of money for a Band-Aid. Now just imagine how much it is for treatment for cancer for 2 years. If everybody watching right now donated $1 to that GoFundMe, the goal would be met. I just want to throw that one out there. I really do just want to throw that one out there. If everyone watching right now donated $1 to the GoFundMe, the goal would be met.
Yeah, I will just kind of reiterate what you said. We've been involved with this whole kind of back and forth about 1.5 years now, ever since, we found out about it. And the amount of lessons that we learned that someone that can go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt just to stay alive is wild to me. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not a rare experience either. So if people here, want to make a positive change, this is one way to do it. This is one way to do it because you're fighting against a very corrupt system. As I said, my own background, I've dealt with insurance companies with my father who has, bad diabetes, and trying to get him insulin because they won't pay for it is hell. But that's nothing compared to the stuff that I know that Adam has been going through just to get basic care, that's covered. And it took him 2 years to even get on Medicaid and disability, when all this time we knew that he actually did meet the criteria. It's just that the state that he's in just didn't want to put him on it. So it took a group of social workers who were extremely dedicated to their job to actually get him on it. So that just goes to show you that you're fighting a system that is not working in your favor. So
yeah. And once again, I see that there's maybe some new people coming in. I just want to show you where you could find this. So if you go to the link tree in my bio on TikTok or in the pinned message on the YouTube stream, it'll open to this. It'll show you a bunch of links to my Venmo, PayPal, Substack, Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Discord, Cameo, which I guess I shut down. I need to get rid of that. And the business inquiry. If you go to the third option that says help for Adam, you click on that button, then it will link over to his GoFundMe. So check it out if you want to. And once again, please do support him over the GoFundMe. If you want to support him, please do focus on the GoFundMe. I actually really need to go pee, so I might run to the restroom real quick.
I'll be here. Yeah, I'll talk to you, buddy.
Cool. I'll be right back in 30 seconds, everybody. Once again, if you do want to support Adam, you could find the link to his GoFundMe in the link tree in my bio. Now, I'll be back.
Yeah, if anybody, if you have any questions, you can ask in the down the back. But I'll answer anything that I see as quickly as I know there's a lot. Oh, okay, $5 minimum. Okay, yeah. So if you have $5, then if you as they say, for a 1 cup of coffee, a type of thing. But it does mean a lot, everybody. I know that we ask a lot, and I know that it does mean it. But for people who are asking, Adam is a longtime member of this community. He's a mod for all of us. He is so involved. He does a fantastic job here on this app. He helps along with the other great mods. He helps run so much of the scene, and while doing all that, he has been battling a pretty heavy form of cancer, so much so, and while at the same time battling the government and battling the healthcare system, it's taken a toll on him. And we as individuals who have the type of influence that we do, that we who can give money, I think we should, only because it's our duty to fight against this system that is going to try to rob us of a man who has done everything correctly. So if you can donate, I really, really, really do appreciate it. Like it means just like the world. But yeah. But thank you for everybody who donated. I saw some people in the chat say they did, so thank you all so much. It really does mean a lot. Like, you have no idea.
Where are we at? How about we do a group refresh? Let's see.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, there's no way that's right.
Yeah, the numbers haven't.
What's the way? What's the way to effectively update it?
Oh, you guys just wait. Yeah, I think you have to just wait. I think, like, if people donate. Oh, Jesus. Okay,
we're there.
I guess what I said worked. I gave him like a long spiel, so I guess what I said worked. Okay, all right. Well, there you go. Okay.
Fuck yes, dude. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, W. Okay.
We are there, everybody. Oh my god, I love to see it too.
Thank you all so much. You all are just amazing. Thank you all so much. You have no idea. So I'm glad to see it. But yeah, thank you all so much. It was. This is going to be a weight off of a lot of shoulders. You're saving a life to basically get us to that March 1st date. So you all are doing just absolutely just like a very wonderful job. So it's amazing to see.
That means that Adam can schedule a surgery, give them the down payment, then restart chemo and make it to March.
Yeah, and then once March hits, he should be good to go with the really expensive stuff. So that'll be a weight off a lot of people's shoulders. So thank you all so much. We'll keep you updated on everything, but I am hoping that this is the new track and the new trend, basically that all going forward from now will be good news. So
yeah,
that is good to hear.
I mean, that's what we're looking at, hopefully, right? So like I said, March, Medicaid kicks in, disability kicks in, back pay kicks in.
Yeah.
So that's
like what people don't understand is, like, a lot of these times the reason why people have that nothing ever changes is because he pays for like his chemo, but then he can't afford it the next week, so they have to stop it, and so it comes back, and then he goes off and on, and that just basically keeps you at the status quo. It doesn't actually get you better. So now I'm hoping that once he actually is on all this and he has a very consistent regimen, that basically we'll actually be able to nip this thing in the bud. So that's all good. And Dean, I think you're having me up, and I thank you for doing it. You're a great guy. So we'll talk to you later. Okay.
I appreciate you for coming up, Matt.
Yep. Bye, Dean.
Bye. Oh, that's so exciting. All right, folks. Well, that's it for the day. We're going to go and end the stream. I think that's awesome that we were able to reach that goal. It's super cool. Super awesome. And I saw a couple people on TikTok saying, this isn't the real Dean. Is this a real account? It is. This is my second account. I guess you could confirm that not only because it's live at DNZ Dean. That's a handle. But we're also going to be on this account tomorrow. So make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Make sure to drop a sub and a like on that VOD over on YouTube. I'm going to go to an end for the night. Love you all. Thank you so much for supporting Adam. I'm so fucking proud of y'all. Just know that. I love y'all. Genuinely. I genuinely, I fucking love y'all. See y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, and good night. Okay. YouTube, you get your own ending. Because for whatever reason, I guess the stream doesn't actually end when I hit the end button. And there's been some shit clipped. So, check this out. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to hit the end button. And then I'm going to do nothing for like 3 seconds. And maybe today you won't see the anxiety pen. Bye, guys.